Alrighty, guys, good morning. Happy fucking Saturday. Hope you guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving and Black Friday. Uh huh. Good, good, good. Uh huh. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more Starfield, getting things going here again. Yeah, yesterday I was bloated and full, and today I'm still bloated and full because I had a second Thanksgiving today. Um. Yeah. We'll see where things go, though. Ready. Turns out I didn't buy a hard drive at all. I didn't buy fuck all on Black Friday. And then immediately it's kind of weird because the Samsung hard drive was there for like 2 weeks, and then it just basically sold out on Black Friday immediately. Still haven't bought it, guys. I don't even think I need to buy it, to be perfectly honest. Kind of want to buy it just because I haven't bought it. Yep. As it goes. Yep. E? Let's take a look at the tubes, see what's going on there, guys. We are on our last stints of Starfield, doing the Region Industry quests. Enunciate. Good. Alrighty. Really weird streaming schedule last couple days, though, but that's kind of goes with the territory of holidays, so you know how it goes, guys. I don't even think we're going to bother updating mods anymore, simply because we're so close to the end. There's no real reason to fix what's not broken, or at least attempt to fix what's not broken. Samsung, or Newegg still had it in. You could back order it, but that's now sold out too, so I imagine some of the deals are going to come back on Monday for Black Friday, but there's a lot of places that just keep the deals going through the weekend. And I can not buy it on Friday or on Monday either. Uh-huh. Alrighty. Let's see where things going here tonight, guys. Maybe take a look at the tubes, see what's happening there. Mouse has started feeling janky. I don't know what that's about. Like the last day. Full auto sniper makes sense. Well, it depends if you miss your target or not. Ooh, there's a review for, like, basically slipped under the radar. They're remaking or continuing on Hunger Games. I'm not sure which it is. Dollar stores. Oh, yeah? Okay. GPU with an SSD, yep, the 4060 Ti, I believe, from Strix, from Asus. Surprisingly, nothing from Critical Drinker, despite the fact that I believe he's Irish. Mainly just US holidays going on right now, although Prime Day, or Black Friday, I think, spread it to the rest of the world because deals basically are infectious, regardless of where they're from. Good. Anything good going on here? Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah. South Park finally grew some balls, guys, and went after current media narrative, which is kind of weird. Entertainment narratives, mainly surrounding, weirdly enough, surrounding sci-fi and fantasy. Why? Okay, Season 2 actually wasn't super terrible. Season 1 was horrifying. Season 2 wasn't that terrible, though. OLED modder. Power and toilet is an accurate comparison right there. Probably an outlet for a bidet. Good. Clickbait, clickbait. Clickbait, 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 clickbait. Chris? Maybe take a look at Pitch Me. I don't actually expect to watch the new Hunger Games. Kinda, sorta want to. It's always full of spoilers, by the way. Kinda, sorta want to. Most of the tech tubers right now are just releasing holiday guides, which I'm not really interested in watching. There's a throwback piece. Improvements over time. Oh, there's also the new Valve Steam Deck. So you can put another Steam Deck, you can buy a Steam Deck for this Christmas, guys, and put it on your shelf. Along with the old Steam Deck that you also don't use. Let's see. We'll take a look at that. Let's take a look at this first. Spoilers, guys.
So, you have a movie for me?
Yes, sir, I do. I was thinking we'd do a Hunger Games prequel.
Oh, hell yeah. People have been
But before-
clamoring for some new Hunger Games content.
They have?
Well, no, but that is the title.
No
with some
one's
brand
talked about it.
recognition, Which is always
Like, Hunger Games started out pretty good, and then it just kind of went off the rails, and nothing else at the end of the movies actually just kind of made sense. It's kind of all over the place. Hey, let's start a revolution, okay, and then it just did some stuff. I watched them, too. It just did some stuff, and that was pretty much it. Basically, it just came down to the idea in the first movies, right? Basically a battle royale.
safer than something original. I'm scared all the time.
Hey, this industry was built by risk takers, and now it's our job to calm that down a little bit.
I am so expendable, my dude. We should hold each other after this.
I'm in.
So tell me about this movie.
Well, it's actually going to take place like decades before the other Hunger Games movies and follow a young Coriolanus Snow.
Oh, Coriolanus, huh? That was my nickname for a little while after I fell butt first off of my yacht onto a chunk of the Grand Barrier Reef.
Oh my god, okay, that's really personal and not really how it's pronounced.
Managed to get my surgery sponsored by UNESCO.
Alright, so obviously, eventually, this guy is going to turn into the tyrannical president of Panem that we know.
So the main character of this becomes the guy in charge of the child murder games.
That's right.
Gonna be hard to get the audience to root for a guy like that.
Actually, it's going to be super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Oh, yeah?
really?
Good.
See, he's handsome.
So what's going on with this handsome kid murder man?
Well, see, at the 10th Hunger Games, Kid Murder Man is going to be charged with mentoring one of the tributes, this girl named Lucy Gray.
Lucy Gray. Okay, I'll try to remember that.
Oh, don't worry, sir. Her name's going to be repeated 10,000 times in the movie.
Oh, okay.
And so she's actually a singer, and they have a little thing going on, so people call her his songbird.
Very cute.
But she's also very good with snakes.
songbirds and snakes, huh?
Yeah, see, that's actually the title of the movie, The Hunger Games, colon...
The Hunger Games colon?
No, the colon would be silent.
Oh, so is mine since the post-coral surgery.
Again, really personal.
Now every fart sounds like a secret.
All right, anyway, the title is The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
That just rolls off the tongue. Okay, great.
Yeah, and critics can't really talk if our movie's title takes up like half their article's character count.
Now that's smart.
Yeah.
And so Lucy Gray's gonna sing in this thing?
About 6 more times than what feels comfortable.
What?
So the whole thing is that if Kid Murder Man wants to rise through the ranks, he needs to make sure that Lucy Gray draws in viewers to the Hunger Games, because numbers are down, and they don't even know if these things are gonna continue.
Oh, no, actually, no, wait, no, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, objectively, but handsome Kid Murder Men want prestige.
Right, okay, yeah.
And there's gonna be this character that actually started the games. He's smart, but he's an alcoholic.
Well, we already used Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, I was thinking we use the other actor who always does that.
Peter Dinklage.
Exactly. So Peter Dinklage is like, hey, if you cheat in the Hunger Games, you're gonna be in big trouble.
Oh, so what does Kid Murder Man do?
He cheats.
That makes sense.
Yeah, he's gonna provide Lucy Gray with a little thing of rat poison.
How does he get that to her?
He just hands it to her. All the tributes are kept in a big cage before the games.
No guards or security cameras?
Apparently not. So she heads into the games well equipped.
Well, okay then.
And Kid Murder Man convinced the games master to let the public donate so they could send supplies to the tributes.
Oh, that's like that thing that happens in the original movies.
Yeah, weren't you curious about how that specific thing came to be?
No, not really.
Oh, dang it. Well, were you curious about how that hanging tree song that Katniss sang came to be written?
Not particularly.
Dang it, okay. Well, since this is a prequel, we kind of have to include pointless origin things for stuff like that.
Yeah, that's fine. That does seem to be what prequels are for some reason.
So anyway, during
Nostalgia.
the games, Kid Murder Man's gonna do everything he can to keep Lucy Gray alive.
Like what?
Well, it turns out the drones they use to send supplies kind of suck, so he sends a bunch at once to hit the other kids that are about to hurt her.
Oh, hell yeah. Injure those kids, handsome murder man.
He's also gonna straight up sneak in and kill a kid.
Oh, he's just going in and killing people.
Yeah, technically he goes in to rescue his mentor friend Sejanus, but yeah, he straight up kills a kid.
Oh, okay.
And Lucy Gray is gonna kill too. She's gonna sprinkle a bit of rat poison through a vent, and a kid's gonna breathe a little bit of it in and die instantly.
God, how effective is that rat poison?
The most effective rat poison to ever exist.
Sure seems that way.
And eventually the game master is gonna send in thousands and thousands of genetically modified snakes.
Uh-oh.
But Kid Murder Man learned earlier that if the snakes know your scent, they won't attack you.
Okay.
So he puts a little Lucy Gray handkerchief into the snake pit before they send it in.
All the thousands and thousands of snakes were able to get a little whiff of this cloth and remember her scent.
That's what we're going with. That works. So then all the kids die and Lucy Gray survives.
Oh, surviving because of how much you smell is tight.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, listen, that was a pretty entertaining movie for sure.
Yeah. Thank you. There's still about an hour left, though.
Oh my god, what?
Yeah, see, Peter Dinklage finds out that Kid Murderman cheated, so he sentences him to 20 years of being Eminem.
What?
Yeah, he's got to work as a peacekeeper in District 12.
Okay.
And eventually he's going to reunite with Lucy Gray, and they're kind of in love and stuff.
Feels like a whole additional movie.
Yeah, well, people got mad when we split one book into 2 movies. I don't know what you want me to do here.
That's a fair point. I mean, no one's ever happy.
And Kid Murderman is going to snitch on one of his friends who gets killed, and then he and Lucy Gray escape. But while they're escaping, they're going to become paranoid and suspicious of each other, and Kid Murderman's going to try to kid murder her.
Okay.
But we're not really going to know if he managed to, and then he's going to go back to Pan Am and kill Peter Dinklage and get a big promotion and be all rich and stuff.
We done?
We done.
Oh, okay, yay, good.
So what do you think?
Well, that kind of dragged on for a bit there, but sounds like we're bringing a franchise back to life. Let's get the hype train going.
Uh-huh.
Hi, everybody.
Didn't even know this existed. Didn't even know that movie existed until I saw it, that it was released.
Despite
Yeah.
the fact that obviously I didn't put any jokes in this
Ridiculous.
one. It just didn't feel appropriate. Quite frankly, I didn't feel like it. And so, you know, maybe in future ones I'll put jokes, but
Good. Good to good. May the stench be ever in your favor. He sentences him to 20 years of being Eminem. Yeah. Normally they're like 7 minutes long, and he only found 5.5 minutes worth of content to make fun of. Watching a pitch meeting for a movie you didn't even know that came out is tight. Yeah, like I said, yeah. Completely off the radar for most people. Probably has something to do with why no one watched it. You know, putting aside the fact it probably isn't something people would be interested in watching in the first place. Good? Okay. What else we got going on here? We could take a look at the GPU with an SSD just purely because it's a pure curiosity. What does Debauer have? We haven't watched Debauer in a while. Up Debauer.
Hi and welcome back to a new video. Today we will
Thank you.
look at this very special RTX 4060 Ti from Asus, which they already teasered during Computex this year. I already was able to look at one of the first.
It actually makes a lot of sense because GPUs generally do not use all the PCI lanes in terms of bandwidth. So it leaves, as long as you put a switch on it, it leaves bandwidth that you could actually use for other things like a SSD.
To extend the video memory of the card, but that's not the case. It is just going to be additional storage for your PC. The reason for that is that all of the 4060 Ti's only use half of the PCI Express slot. They are connected with 8 lanes PCIe 4.0, so half the slot, but physically most of the cards have 16 lanes. So only the half slot is used. The other half of the slot is basically useless. So Asus decided to make use of this part and add an SSD on the back. So that's what we will try today. Mounting the card in the system with or without SSD is just the same as any other 4060 Ti, and it is also detected the same way. In GPU-C, it just confirms the card is detected as any other 4060
Curiosity
Ti.
is whether or not it impacts performance while being utilized.
4.0 PCIe and currently running with X8 1.1 or 2.0 because of power saving. But now let's take a closer look at the card itself. And just looking at the front, it looks like the normal 4060 Ti dual version from Asus. But flipping the card around, we can see the biggest difference, which we already talked about, which is this cover. And of course, the first step.
Most motherboards have like 2 NVMe slots on them. I don't even know why you need another one. I guess it's just a thing to do.
With the imprint on the thermal pad that this is a sample has been used before, you can see that there was already a different SSD mounted. But the cover itself is made out of aluminium and thus also allows dissipation of a little bit of heat. And here we have the full-size M.2 slot in the back, so 2280 SSDs, going to mount the Lexar drive in a second in here. And what's really cool about this entire concept is you can see there is a cutout in the PCB of the graphics card. And you can also see the cooler peeking through, and it's going to make contact with the cooler of the graphics card. And that's probably going to make it the biggest M.2 cooler you could possibly have in a system. Because, for example, if you compare it to having a cooler here or here, it would potentially be
and they aren't
weird
active.
And in the way.
Not that it really
Whereas
matters.
here, it's just nicely
Generic
integrated
heatsinks are usually
into the
enough for
system.
NVMe drives so they don't
SSD
throttle.
is in
Like a
place,
small one.
and I'm going to attach the cover in a
I think
second.
they put out
but
like
first
4
we're
watts.
looking at the switch, which you know from a lot of different
5
graphics
watts.
card. We have a Q mode, which is the quiet mode, and P for performance. You can also see it's marked with P with SSD. So I think the reason for that is that in Windows idle, if you don't use the GPU, but you heavily, for example, load the SSD, then it's adjusted so it will still cool well without load on the GPU. And the reason for that could be that without load on the GPU, the fans might just start too late. Card back in the system, and we're going to start testing.
Would it matter though?
As you can see,
Once again, SSDs don't really need much in terms of cooling.
Only the main SSD, which is currently sitting on the motherboard. If you enter BIOS and check the system agent, you will see that the first PCIe slot is only detected with X8 speed. So that's why we have to navigate to advanced onboard device configurations, PCIe bandwidth bifurcation configuration, and switch this from auto to
Most motherboards
X8
now
X8,
have this,
basically
where they
splitting
never
up
used
the
to.
first slot.
Even
And
though
already, as you
PCIe
can
generally has
see,
supported
the
it since
SSD is
1.0,
now
I believe.
detected. That is one very big negative aspect, because you will have to keep in mind as a potential buyer that your motherboard has to be able to split up the
Most do.
PCIe X16 slot.
Not
And
everyone
as
does.
expected, now in Windows, the SSD is finally detected. Fresh and new SSD only powered on 8 times and idle temperature of 45 degrees Celsius. I just completed 5 times running 9 times sequential read-write in Crystal Disk Mark, so that's 45 times. And typically for the normal SSD cooler tests we do once in a while, we just run it 3 times, so 27 times in total. And there most of the coolers cannot handle it. And here you can see after 45 times it peaked out at 58 degrees Celsius. That is just perfect. Just to also test this state, I switched back to the quiet profile, and you can see that the fans are not spinning in Windows idle. Not sure what it means for the temperatures, but I just wanted to see this scenario as well. I'm still happily running the sequential read-write tests. The SSD is definitely getting warmer with this fan profile, which is basically 0 fan speed. We have 72 degrees Celsius on the SSD right now. But you can still see that the performance is in line. It's still above 7 GB per second on read and like 6.5 GB per second in write. So that's totally in line what is expected with this SSD. You can also see in GPU-C that the GPU keeps warming up because we're just putting heat and heat through the SSD into the cooler.
Maybe it's not 4 watts, maybe it's like 8?
54 degrees Celsius, and currently I'm still wondering at what like temperature the fans will start spinning. But no matter what, currently I'm not getting the SSD to throttle. The fan just started spinning at 30% fan speed, which should drastically decrease the temperature in a second, but still the SSD is in line with the performance. Drastic decrease in GPU temperature, so overall GPU cooler temperature, also leads to drastic SSD decreasing temperature, which is as expected, but in no state we were able to throttle the SSD. The last scenario I want to test is obviously
you can run it in quiet and it's still fine.
We're not going to load the SSD much, but on the other hand, we're going to load the GPU, which is going to put a lot of heat into the cooler, which probably then heats up the SSD. But even in this scenario, it should be absolutely fine, because after a longer test, you can still see just about 60 degrees Celsius, which is as expected because the cooler gets warm, but it's not in a concerning temperature range. It's a well-known thing that for those SSDs, it's the controller that gets the hottest. So for example, for this one, you can see if you look from the side, there is a height difference, like the NAND flash is here, and then we have the controller in front, which is slightly lower. So there's a tweak you can do. One thing would be to add another thermal pad on here, which should be like 0.25 millimeter in height. That's not too much and usually hard to find. The easier fix is often to just put a tiny drop of thermal paste on here.
Oh. 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 Oh no.
Similar like that.
No.
You might think, okay, Gen 4 NVMe SSD is kind of cool, but what about a Gen 5 SSD? And to be
That
fully
probably
honest,
works, by the way.
I don't even know. So I will just mount an MP700 in there, and then we will see what happens. I think I will just try to force the mainboard to boot with Gen 5 on the GPU. Well, the first slot. Let's see. Well, system is starting up. At least the GPU, and I think that's as expected, is still running with Gen 4. Now that is interesting. The MP700 in Crystal Disk Info is showing PCIe Gen 5.
That's pretty
That is
neat.
weird. Now that's funny and surprising. I didn't expect this at all, because you can see with the speed tested in Crystal Disk Mark, that is definitely exceeding Gen 4 speed. So this has to be Gen 5. The MP700, if I remember correctly, is advertised with 10,000 read and 9,500 write in the 1 terabyte size. So it's a little bit lower than that, but I would say in kind of an acceptable range. Now check this out. It's been over 5, almost 6 minutes of constant sequential read-write load, which is just usually too much for any cooler to handle with Gen 5 drives, and this drive is not even getting to 50 degrees Celsius.
That's after he put a drop of thermal paste on it?
At like 45, 46 degrees Celsius. That is insane, while maintaining the same high read-write speed all the time. If you are now wondering why the MP700 that consumes more power runs colder than the Lexar SSD, the explanation is quite simple, because the MP700 is a double-sided SSD, making better contact with both thermal pads. So for a single-sided SSD, it might make sense to either run the thermal paste trick or run different thermal pads, like have a different size if you run a single-sided SSD. But in either way, both SSDs would run like full load very cold and like best thermals you could imagine. So even for the MP700, which is definitely a hot SSD, you won't have any kind of thermal issues.
So it's a really big heatsink, guys.
We have one single thermal
That's why you should buy it.
Contact with this backplate, turning it into somewhat of a heatsink. And if you flip the card around, we can see some power stages in the front. So the power stages on the front are actually cooled by the backplate through the PCB. And here you can see the cutout for the M2 SSD. If you just look at the card from the front, it kind of looks odd. With this rectangle cutout on the right, it's definitely unusual. And to complete everything, we have the cutout from the back with the M.2 slot on the bottom. Let's get to the conclusion of this card. And to be fully honest,
you needed to test he needs to test the GPU at the same time as the SSD to see if there's an impact through utilizing the lanes.
Otherwise wasted not using this on the card. It also has
definitely needed to check the performance of the GPU in addition to the SSD. That's basically well, it does matter, you know, what kind of performance you're going to get out of the SSD. What really matters is whether or not it's going to slow the GPU down while you're using it. And you can test that.
And a Gen 5 NVMe drive, and you're looking for
power.
Best cooling,
the power,
this
please.
Is probably a very good way to do so.
The power.
On the other hand, it also limits your system quite heavily for the future, because you will be stuck with this card and the SSD at the same time. Because if you're thinking of upgrading your system in maybe 3 or 4 years, then you will also lose your M.2 drive, which is probably not that cool. Depending on how many other slots are populated, it will definitely change the entire layout of your system. The biggest other downside is the price.
Maybe if all your other NVMe slots are full.
But the rumors say that this
okay.
is about $90 to $100 more expensive than a normal 4060 Ti Dual, which then again probably makes the card not worth it. There might be other opportunities to look into a normal 4060
You can also get a
Ti
bifurcation card for NVMe drives. Basically takes a slot and turns it into like a 4x4. Or less than that, depending on how many lanes you have available there.
I'm really happy to see something.
But you don't technically need to have, like, it's pretty easy to just buy a card. Which is once again why expansion peripherals are very important. Expansion slots are very important because you can put anything in them, including NVMe drives. So, a lot of tech tubers that don't really mention that when they talk about motherboard reviews. But more expansion slots are better. It's not about the amount of peripherals that are on the cluster in the back. It's about what you can do with PCIe slots on the motherboard itself. Because if you only have like 3 or 4, well, not even 4, 2 or 3, which are now becoming common, especially 3. Yeah, like you can basically, and then if the GPU gobbles one of the slots or 2 of the slots, then you're fucked because they position them poorly. really, really matters, because you can take that slot and you can turn it into an NVMe drive if you want to. You can turn it into a sound card. You can turn it into more USB. You can turn it into USB-C. You can do anything with that. And for some reason, there's not enough emphasis put onto basically the modularity of motherboards nowadays. I don't know. I don't understand why. And then they'll just talk and jerk off about the amount of connectivity on the back plate, which, you know, it's great and everything. It's integrated, but you probably aren't going to use it. And if it was an optional thing, you could pick and choose what you want to use in the first place. So I don't know. That's been a thing for probably the last couple of years, where they talk about all the I/O connectivity on the back plate, and then they just completely skip the part where the slots that matter don't get talked about. Not even about SLI anymore. It's about expansion, in whatever way you want. Let's see. What else we got going on here, guys? Paraglider horror story. Why not use the popcorn button? There's always those presets in microwaves and never use them. It's always about picking the amount of time that you want to put into it, and then you just bop it. Pepsin, music I listen to, very good. What time is it? We could do a throwback too. Yes. Oh my god, there's me! Tryptophan, by the way, is amino acids that are found in turkey that makes you sleepy. German Debauer channel. Huh? Oh. There we go. Do a throwback? Yeah, we'll do a throwback. Yes. We could save it for tomorrow, too. Do Steam Deck teardown. Yeah, maybe I'll save this for tomorrow. Let's take a look at this real quick, just out of curiosity. Not that I'm going to buy a Steam Deck.
This crazy amount of components is all set up for side-by-side comparisons because a ton has changed with Valve's new Steam Deck OLED. In fact, so much changed that we got onto a call with 3 of Valve's engineers to talk about changes to the power topology of the motherboard. We went over changes to consolidating these 2 sets of daughter boards for controls with one of their other engineers, and we talked about changes to the heat sink and the thermal solution, where they've actually flipped one of the fans upside down from its original orientation. So the Steam Deck OLED is almost
That's neat. So they got a table they can write on?
And we're going to go into the depth that you
That must be used for
won't find
X-rays,
elsewhere today.
my guess.
Talk about what's changed with the OLED.
And they put a piece of glass over it so they can write on it.
Let's get started with our deep dive of the Steam Deck OLED
magic marker.
changes. Before that, this video is brought to you by Lexar Thor Memory. Lexar's new Thor DDR5 and DDR4 RAM includes a heavy-duty aluminum heat spreader while retaining a relatively low profile. Notice that Valve rotated the die
which you can see by looking at the tiny indicator arrow at the corner of the silicon substrate. This rotation actually has
Hey,
a
Slane,
huge
how'd your
impact
Thanksgiving
on board
go?
layout because
And
it
Black
changes
Friday.
the side the memory and the VRM need to be on. It actually should look more like this if we were to rotate the image to match the rotation they did on the die. We'll come back to that part later though. Using a barbaric and ham-fisted measurement
celebrate?
method of
Oh, you
calipers
celebrate.
around the structural bulk
I bet
silicon
you
of the
ain't and
die,
Drake and
but in
been
at least a
merry.
like-for-like
We're
way,
merry.
we found that the new die is about 12.26 by 10.82 millimeters, or 132.65 millimeters squared. The old die with this same method was a much larger 166.05 millimeters squared, or about 13.5 by 12.3. For reference, the official measurement on the older die was about 163 millimeters squared, so we're only off by a little bit considering we're counting the bulk silicon and doing a hand measurement. Zooming out to the rest of the motherboard, there are small differences everywhere. Some of these are from the refreshed deck they did previously, but we'll cover all the differences. First off, Valve has significantly cut down on the density of components in general. Even just bare solder pads on the new board are gone. The board is more barren. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it probably helps with cost too. Talking with Valve, this
Cost cutting,
reduction of component
condensing.
clutter is an optimization. The board was overbuilt previously as Valve wasn't 100% sure where the Steam Deck would end up next. But now that they've refined it, they can reduce the components that a pick-and-place machine end up planting all over the board. Valve says cost wasn't a factor as the parts are extremely cheap, but it was more about optimizing the layout and the efficiency of the design. The next biggest change after the die is to the memory. Our old unit used 4 of Micron's 32 gigabit D8 BCW modules, which are larger 12.4 by 15 by 1 millimeter tall modules. These took a huge amount of board space on the old deck and forced other components into more complicated areas elsewhere on the board. The new deck OLED moved to significantly smaller 12.4 by 7 by 0.5 tall modules and only uses 2 of them because they're 64 gigabit density to achieve the same 16 gigabyte capacity. Making this change saved Valve almost 570 millimeters squared of area, which is huge.
Ah,
All that empty space, it's not just
have to say things that make
unoccupied.
things
So although the
complicated.
memory traces aren't
I
visible
see.
on the top layer of the motherboard, Valve
That just
used
So did he say gigabit on purpose, or was it to... Had to have been on purpose. Just to make you think about it more, I guess?
the layers within the board in between the APU and the memory modules to do trace routing. A lot of memory traces
Only thing that's
need
used for
length
gigabit
and
is generally
matching, whereas the
transfer
traces
speeds
have
for
to be the
telecom,
exact
I
same
believe.
length for performance reasons or for memory to work at all in some cases. Valve used
your
this
internet,
space to run traces to get the correct length for each run. Now, Valve told us it took 2 months to do the memory trace routing alone
Cell phone.
for the new PCB, and that's not that crazy, considering
Working
motherboard
stuff.
manufacturers have told us much the
Networking
same,
speeds.
where memory topology in a board could
Wireless.
make or break the value of something like a desktop board a lot of times.
Ethernet,
The same goes for
anything
something like
networking
this,
related.
where bad trace routing can result in worse options for memory, but then Valve also had the new challenge to contend with, which was reducing the count of memory modules, where they had 4 of these lower density modules previously down to the superior but higher density 2 modules. So now they have to run all those traces in a smaller area because each individual module has more traces than when Valve was using the 4 larger DIMM packages. The VRM is next. The APU VRM is mostly the same spec, but Valve has increased the rail count board-wide and improved power delivery elsewhere. The biggest change for the VRM and for the APU phases is the location. The original board had the power delivery centrally, moving the power delivery components south of the APU in that first design. The new board shifted some of the power stages to the right of the APU,
Pretty good.
occupying space where the memory used to be. But this is also because the die is physically rotated, which, as you can see, shuffled the memory modules correspondingly. The new inductors are also higher efficiency, taller inductors in some cases that are easier to sink the heat to the cooling solution. This is for thermal reasons. So MOSFETs and particularly inductors are high heat components, and everything around them will get heated up just by their proximity, by their presence nearby. And previously, the old motherboard had a lot of the VRM, the MOSFETs, the inductors located centrally on the board in a way that caused hotspots to form on the board. And now Valve has moved some of those components closer to the fan on the edge of the PCB. Now moving them over here should help with cooling. It gets it closer to that fan, and there's a sort of pass under within the frame where some extra air can move through. Additionally, Getting the memory modules out of that region removes a 1 millimeter tall blockade where the air would have struggled to get down into the center of the PCB where the VRM largely was oriented originally. So the VRM has more access to air, and the heat should be spread more evenly across the board with fewer highly concentrated hot spots on the PCB based on the old layout. So that's the main change here.
By the way, while they are trying to, like, in terms of production value, they're trying to show off their testing setup and stuff, by the way, guys. I think actually what is more helpful in this case where they're explaining stuff is actually showing the board on screen and then drawing on it, as opposed to moving around on a camera.
One of the things we asked about, though, was the absence
This is totally just to show off production value.
Around the APU, where previously there was just a lot more density.
This is where you'd make a circle on the board around the stuff you're talking about.
Now, in theory, the engineering answer for this from Valve's engineering team was the reduction in impedance or crosstalk between the VRM and the APU drives down the need for quite as many filtering capacitors in general to stabilize the APU. There were also a number of cabling changes on the board. These aren't significant, but we'll just highlight some of the headers that have moved around. This is to accommodate the new board layout. Networking has changed completely with the Steam Deck OLED. The OLED moved to Wi-Fi 6E, and it uses a Quectel FC66E.
By the way, I have no intention of buying a Steam Deck, but they're just cool to look at.
And a maximum temperature of
Other people can buy them and put them on their shelves. Never use them.
Whereas the older LCD model positioned its networking hardware underneath the SSD and with some shielding on top. And finally, flipping the motherboard over, it's fully covered and populated on the old unit, and it uses a large piece of tape to cover this up. The newer board is more barren. It matches the top side in this way, and it's simplified. So that's an efficiency change. Up next is the cooling solution. This has also changed a lot, and some of the changes jumped out at us right away. I wasn't able to hold on to that quite like I hoped. First of all, they flipped the fan over. Previously, the blower fan was positioned to move more air across the shield can of the deck. And that is this part. Valve has changed the shield can significantly and no longer sinks the heat directly into it. So previously we had all these thermal pads and thermal interfaces, and now nothing. That's still usable surface area, but depending on how some of the other improvements to airflow and efficiency have impacted the rest of the device, it may be the case that Valve found that it just wasn't worth doing, didn't provide much benefit, or could have been...
Those are really, really thick thermal pads too. So thermal pads are a way of conducting heat across a gap, you know, thermal paste being better, and there's carbon sheets or whatever they're called, which are pretty much on par with thermal paste-ish, and then you got like liquid metal, right? It's like the highest end in terms of trying to transfer heat across things. Thermal pads are kind of like filler, but the bigger the thermal pad gets, the much less efficient it is at transferring heat. So while they do help, like look how thick this shit is. It's like 2 millimeter or something. And this is like fucking 3. There's only so much that it can do. And once you start getting this thick, it's, you know, it's only going to do so much at transferring the heat across it. And they might have figured this out, where you have to get it closer and closer to the components. So like in order to make this better, they probably would have needed to do something like a cutout and maybe slipped it underneath the heat pipe instead of over the top, or however it was laid out. But in this case, there's like too much space here, and I can't imagine this actually being that good at transferring heat, which could be why they got rid of it. There's probably other ways they could have done this even, and maybe even just put like little heat sinks on these guys, small little heat sinks on them instead of doing this. But of course, then you have to get air across it. Maybe then you could have used the air from the blower. I'm not exactly sure why they're doing this. Like they're using this as a heat spreader, right? And shielding, I guess.
Thermal testing in our full review.
So maybe it's EM
Flipping
shielding.
the fan is pretty interesting because, in theory, flipping it over like this, which is actually a pretty major design change, would you think, through a thermal solution. The fan orientations are only pretty locked down, but flipping it over allows for Valve to push more air at a potentially higher flow rate through the fin stack, or the heat exchange of this, at the cost of reducing the flow.
Crawling? So the crawling is, by the way, you guys are seeing the lines here. It's because of this is probably an LED light under here. It's to refresh the LED light that you're seeing on the screen.
The motherboard doesn't need
the camera frame rate.
And rather they would use that power to...
Are motherboards overpriced? You can buy motherboards at pretty much any price, and it's your choice on whether or not you want to spend $500 on one. I don't think it's worth spending more than $200 on a motherboard if you have a choice. Some motherboards are much more expensive now, so
The thicker
I don't remember
fin
how
stack
much mine was. I
possible
think my
to
last one
reduce
was
screen
200.
thickness caused by moving to the
I
OLED
think all of them
display.
just jumped up
The
like
fan
$50
change
in
should
price.
promote more flow at similar pressure, while the larger fin stack just provides
like
more
3 years
surface
ago.
area. We also
2 years
expect
ago.
to see a large difference in the frequency response, the frequency profile of the Steam Deck when we test it in this chamber, the hemi-anechoic chamber. We didn't have this when we reviewed the Steam Deck originally a year ago. We had a really small
Production
version
value.
of it. But one of the areas that the thicker blades and thicker fan should impact things will be in that type of noise that comes out of the device. So specifically, Valve's design goal with some of those changes other than thermal was to reduce the 2 to 4 kilohertz tones, which in speaking with third parties like Mike Chin, formerly of Silent PC Review,
They actually
and
do a
ours from
review of it?
Hardware Busters or Cybernetics, generally speaking, 2 to 4 kilohertz is a fairly annoying tone for the average person.
Like they did a teardown. Do they do a review of it?
Frequency response to flatten it out a little bit and make it more uniform. That's what we'll be testing here. But as for the changes we're looking at today in the fan, that's kind of where they're supposed to materialize a real difference. We also noticed the soft bumper that's attached to the magnesium subframe and is underneath the fan has gotten larger, which should help with stability. The next thing we noticed was the charging circuit, and this is something we talked to Valve about. So this is...
I don't think they actually did a view of it. There's a preview, and then there's a teardown, right? Really weird. So this is what we're watching right now, which is a teardown. And then there's this, which is Steam Deck OLED specs, price, and release date, but there's no review of it, which is where they test it, right? And look at the differences between the two. Preview where they don't have it, or probably don't have it, or it's like right before they do the article. What? They didn't test it. No way. So they did a teardown, which is usually after testing. But they didn't actually test the new Steam Deck. What? What is this? That's like okay. I guess it's not trending hard enough.
In our original review, and found to be the hottest component on the board.
This is the original Steam Deck. This isn't the new one.
Sometimes entering the 90 to 100 degrees Celsius range when charging and gaming, like when
What?
docked. It was also the only component where we were specifically worried about some of the heat in that region of the board, despite the IC itself being rated for relatively high maximum temperature. The original charger IC was located just below the battery cable on the motherboard, and from looking around online, it does appear that in the past year, some people have had these scorch. The new IC is labeled as an M2762A unit, which appears to map to the monolithic power solution.
The people that used them?
2762A dual-phase interleaving buck charger. The sheet is dense with functional schematics and charts explaining its operation as a dual-phase charger IC. So this IC is a pretty big difference. We weren't familiar with how these specifically work before looking into it a little bit more.
This is where you test it and look at thermals and compare them, right?
As using duplicate MOSFETs and inductors.
Like, just talking about the components on the board is one thing, but you should actually test them.
Principles of just distributing the heat across the PCB more evenly.
Theoretically, this is why you test it and verify it.
Two charger ICs in parallel, and the heat ends up being less concentrated, which actually was one of our concerns with the original review, where the temperature specifically of the charger IC was pretty high when it was in use and when you were gaming. Although ICs like this can be reconfigured in some cases, the default absolute maximum ratings table indicates a 150 degrees Celsius junction temperature max, with an earlier section of the document indicating safeties at 120C. It also has OTP for the battery. There are a number of other smaller changes across this, some of them that are only small in the sense that you can't see them, but there's more power rails across the whole platform. The power topology has been reworked. And additionally, there have been some changes to miscellaneous regulators, but the core components like the APU VRM are familiar to the previous generation. Our final section gets into the controls, where Valve had some pretty large changes. The first thing we noticed was the change to the analog stick and the bumper button. Valve moved the switch for the bumper off of the larger daughter board.
By the way, on pretty much every gamepad, sticks always go bad. It's kind of weird. Even if you spend $500 on a controller, the fucking sticks will go bad. So the new thing is like looking for modules where you can actually change them out and put in new sticks if you need to. And if you can't do that, that's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal because they will eventually go to shit, and it can make your device feel like new if you replace them, right? Yeah. So it's one of the things, by the way, that gamepad users don't tell you about is basically how often they have to buy new controllers if they legitimately play on consoles constantly, because they do. And they'll complain and go, oh, I don't want to use keyboard and mouse because you have to buy a really expensive mouse and a really expensive keyboard. Mine don't fucking go bad. Like, I replace them because I basically am bored. I don't want to, I want something new. And with my last keyboard, I replaced it because of, not key chatter, what does it call it? I don't know, maybe it's called key chatter, which is the keys would double press, and that was with cherry switches on Razer boards, or not Razer, Corsair, and never buying a fucking Corsair again because of it. But like, I have a Razer right now, works perfectly fine. But like, my mouse they don't really go bad. They don't really ever go bad. And gamepad users, people that the sticks always go bad. The dead center gets floppy and sloppy, and it skids all over the place, and you have problems aiming with it. In a little bit of aiming that you actually do with it, yeah, there's actually a lot of downsides to using a gamepad. And if you have something this expensive, you need to be able to replace these because the device itself is very expensive, right?
To the PCB containing the analog stick itself. The switch has been changed, with Valve now using a higher endurance
Need to be able to
instead.
replace these.
This is in addition to reworking the stick PCB to jut out with a peninsula to meet the bumper button. Our only concern with this was it may create a weak point. Valve claims that some flex here is part of the design and that they're using redundant traces, which would provide better survivability in falls, even if there's a microfracture somewhere. The peninsula is part of the shock absorption per Valve's design, according to them. As far as validating this, without drop testing a high sample size of devices, we really can't prove or disprove it. The concept makes sense though. Other than improving resistance to fall damage, the change also makes things simpler to repair and maintain because fewer parts are needed to be removed to make a repair of this region of the device. Valve also significantly changed the touch input module. We noticed that it used to have a squiggly metal retention spring as part of the touchpad mounting. Now this metal section is straightened, and the trackpad module has fewer overall parts, which, other than just another efficiency improvement, should also reduce points of failure by improving the tolerance part to part. The touchpad also feels different in use. And as for repairs, Valve stated that it, quote, expects trackpad repairs to go down to near zero. We mainly found that it's just easier to remove the trackpad module due to better clearances within the chassis. Now we get to the chassis. So the screen is in there. It's in pretty deep, and the screen itself is what allowed a lot of those changes for more physically constrained things. So the battery, as an example, is clearly thicker now, and I have to be careful moving this or all the buttons will fall out. But that increase to 50 watt hours from 40 was made possible by the reduction in package size going from LCD to OLED. We noticed some slight changes in the subframe, but for the most part, the changes are related to the screen itself. So cable routing, for example, has now been made cleaner so that all the cabling for the screen is underneath that subframe rather than routed up and through it on the older device, which should make it easier to replace the screen. We haven't tried this part yet because we still need this device to go back together easily for further testing, but Valve says that it's now possible to remove the OLED screen from the device without taking apart.
Not sure why they did tear down prior to benchmarks
for the LCD screen. And part of that allowance would be possible because of routing the cable differently, not having to go up under the motherboard between the frame. So that's it for the teardown. This is about as detailed as we could go within a tight time frame for getting the device. We received it just like 24 hours ago. We took it all apart. Jeremy laid this out beautifully on the table. So thank you, Jeremy, for the patience to use tweezers and gloves because of the glass to lay it all out. And we have a pretty good look at what the differences are. It is clear that Valve has changed a ton of things in the Steam Deck OLED. We still have to do our thermal, acoustic, and power testing among other testing. So that'll be in a separate review coming up. That'll be where we start validating some of the claims and looking at
2 weeks ago, guys. Although there is a holiday this week, and they probably all it off for it.
But it's clear to us that this is not just a screen refresh. It's not like they swapped the screen
and
the cable it plugs
and it's kind of weird that they decided to do a teardown prior to doing
benefits from that change, which were largely space related.
What the fuck is that?
And it also went through and changed the motherboard in significant ways that, especially on the charging side of things, should be beneficial. They've redistributed the heat load across the board more evenly.
No.
Just based on
I basically tried to consolidate some of my monthly expenditures. Like if you have a subscription for something, tried to consolidate them on Black Friday. Otherwise, I didn't buy really anything. I was looking at the SSD, and I don't even think I'm going to buy it. Which now isn't even on sale anymore.
The control reworks were also somewhat.
It'll probably go on sale again on Black
Cyber
Monday, but I'm not going to buy it.
Obviously wasn't.
There's nothing there. I started thinking about getting another TV to use as
with the PCBs, so that now
a monitor.
The componentry is contained on a single, more easily
they use
replaceable
for
board, rather than spread across two boards, one of which is larger. That's a big usability.
Monitoring,
thing
I guess you could say, not attached to my
Definitely an
computer.
interesting
I
approach
use it
from
for
Valve.
crypto
They
monitoring.
are actually doing some marketing on the back of
Didn't do that.
repairability and maintenance.
It's all
of the
pretty
device,
much trash.
which is
It
awesome
falls
to
into
see
three
because
different
that's kinda
categories.
rare.
One
It's
is
a valid marketing
limited items. So Black Friday deals fall into three different things. One falls into limited items. You can only get, like, there's only 10 of and limited amount. The other one is deals you can find throughout the rest of the year if you pay attention to things that are on sale. And the third one is limited run items that are just trash. So
and it's one that seems
are
to be
M2
well
NVMe
supported
drives
by
the
the
fastest?
ecosystem.
Yes.
If you look at companies like
Yeah,
iFixit
technically not.
or
You
some
can get a
other third
PCIe
parties that are part
NVMe
of
drive,
Index. Whether or
which
not
isn't
any of
just
that matters,
plugged
we'll have
in.
to
It's
look at it
actually
in our
built into
review,
a
so
card, which is
subscribe
even
and check back
faster.
for that, where we'll have all the testing on all
But
these
for most
changes
users, NVMe
and
drives
how
are
it
basically the
affects
fastest you can get.
But for now, that's your relatively detailed deep dive into the component differences.
There's this.
We're able to speak.
Yeah, there wasn't actually a review here. Okay. All right, well, there's that, guys. Let's play some Starfield here. Let's get into Starfield then. Interesting. I was more interested in hoping to see some, benchmarks or, validation instead of just talking about the fact that it's supposed to be better. But yeah, I guess. Let's see. Pretty much everyone's fat and bloated from the holidays right now. I am too. I had another Thanksgiving yesterday, so. Yes. But I was going to get a Samsung 990, and I didn't. 1 terabyte versions are still on sale, and you can still buy them, by the way. Otherwise, didn't do much of anything. Buy much of anything. I was looking at different deals and looking for something that might be worth getting, and found nothing. TVs, buy your third TV, buy your fourth TV. Really cheap ones, like I said, limited run stuff. Cheap, but basically garbage. And like, it's looking at like some of the reviews on some of them, and it's just like, hey, I bought this, I can't even pair the remote with it. Didn't start up properly, just like you can tell the quality is much lower. James.
This place is incredible. I can't believe we made it up here.
Would you just sit down? I'm nervous enough for this presentation without you.
All right.
Oh, relax, you'll be fine.
I'm gonna go wash my coffee cup out, guys, and grab a soda, and then we're gonna finish up the rest of the Ryujin Industries quest lines here.
We screw this up.
I need to retrieve Asia.
This deal could be huge for my company.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Ryujin Tower's executive floor. Can I help you? I'm Kendall Marks.
Yeah. Grab a water too. Be right back, guys.
Monahan's next appointment? Oh, welcome in. I'm Thomas, Miss Monahan's executive assistant. I'll let her know you've arrived. Feel free to take a seat anywhere you like. All right, I will. Thank you. Best of luck with your meeting. Taylor, can I see the marketing brief? I'd like to run over it one more time before the...
Didn't you bring that?
told you to get it before we left the office.
Kidding. It's right here.
That was not funny. You just took 5 years off my life, asshole.
I'm fine. That wasn't my best joke. I'll buy drinks after the meeting to make it up to you.
This place is incredible. I can't believe we made it up here.
Would you just sit down? I'm nervous enough for this presentation without you fidgeting.
Oh, relax, you'll be fine. Ryujin will be lucky to have us.
I hope you're right. My head's gonna roll if we screw this up.
My career will be over if this deal falls through.
Alrighty, guys. What do we got going on here? Going to have a late one. Talking about how long I'm going to be on for? Probably. Ish. Not like a long stream, but I'll be on probably for a normal amount of time.
No expense on their exec floor.
Alright, Idwin. Did I thank everyone? Thank everyone for what? Idwin's late, by the way. Everyone say, "You're late, Idwin." You're late, Idwin! See? Yep. No, didn't buy really anything on Black Friday. I updated my... I bought my VPN. What I have going on here right now? Absolutely hate the texture popping. Very annoying. Got a new chair? Congratulations. Not even a US thing anymore. Capitalism is infectious. Go grab Andrasia, I guess. Parked on a roof somewhere. It's lovely. Hope it's not a gaming chair, by the way. Did you buy a gaming chair? Did you get bamboozled into buying a gaming chair? Gaming chairs are terrible. Okay, because you've been here for the chair shopping streams. There's plenty of really expensive chairs that are much better than a gaming chair. It's kind of funny because everyone on Twitch is now figuring that out. After a decade later, after we talked about that, literally have this as a highlight. Frasia! Rachel, where are you? Yeah, there's not a key you can just push where they just teleport to you.
Speak with you. I will watch your back.
Well, are you talking about so the go-to, by the way, is getting an Aaron Miller arrow? Herman Miller arrow, excuse me, not arrow Miller. Herman Miller arrow, because you can buy them used and they're really, really hardy, so they last forever. So you don't need to pay $1,000; you can pay $500 for one. I don't remember what we're doing right now. Well, if you have to buy a new chair in 2 years, you'll, I guess you'll have to 10 years of buying chairs for that to check out.
I need that Rothicite if we want to complete the neuroamp.
I'm just concerned the entire station was wiped out by something.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out and get that shipment back. Good, you're here.
Yep.
It's time to put a plan in motion to take full control of this situation with Infinity Ltd. The mole took priority. Now that Dalton has everything he needs, thanks to you, we're free to proceed. We don't know to what extent Infinity has taken the current neuroamp schematics, so our top priority is completing our own.
Still understand why
Vina Kalra, head of research and development.
Eugene or whatever her name was gave the not Eugene,
Yes,
the
details.
betrayer.
You see, the internal neuroamp is
Not
supposed
the
to
betrayer,
consist
the
of two
betrayer
parts.
betrayer.
The first part, the part Infinity stole, handles the manipulative effects. The second part is a shielding modification designed to protect the user against other neuroamp users.
Shielding mod to ourselves would be a huge advantage. Ethical concern, but yeah.
Well, we can't, but the shielding aspect was never officially a part of Project Dominion. It was an afterthought of how to safeguard our own people from being manipulated, so it was
Sitting
being
on a
researched
rocking chair.
separately as a
Well,
mod. The
good.
research itself was in early stages.
It's
too early
really
to
rare to
report,
have anyone
so
talking
only
in
myself,
Facebook.
DeMarcus and Masako know about it.
Or watching, but occasionally you do.
Big time. We'd be the only ones unaffected.
Yeah.
No one wants their greatest asset used against them. Once Vina can complete the internal neuroamp and shielding mod, the plan is to outfit you with both and have you infiltrate Infinity Ltd. We can't risk the assignment until we know your mind has the necessary protection.
Why do I need one in the first
Course.
place?
Installing experimental technology into your very head. What could go wrong?
Why don't you tell me, Andrasia? Well, you're getting brainwashed by cultists, you know. You don't need to install something in... They don't need to install something in your head to get brainwashed, as it turns out, Andrasia. Because she's a Varun. Hilarious. But you can't make slapbacks to the NPCs because you're just a dumb idiot. The writers think you're just stupid, so yeah. Slapback there is pointing out the fact that her faction is almost entirely compromised by cultists. So.
Well, we expect our employees to do whatever it takes to ensure Ryujin's success. Consider this an opportunity, not a risk. Besides, you're in good hands with Vina. As long as you work for us, you don't have a choice. I'm sure I
Why
don't
am I
have
even
to
getting
remind
this
you
tech?
Where the door is if you're not capable of handling.
Why are they even implanting this in me?
You really
Like,
don't
what's
have
the
anything to worry
point?
about. The procedure is simple and safe. It's just a matter of getting the right materials.
Like, what's the reason for this? They're just telling me they're doing it.
Finding compatible materials to use for conductivity that the human body wouldn't reject. I've finally created the perfect alloy, but it requires a newly discovered refined element called rothosite.
Which is where I come in. We have a confidential contract with Consolidated Mining to gather, refine, and ship the rothosite straight to us. Their last shipment is late, and neither we nor Consolidated Mining have had any communication with the Carinae station. My thoughts exactly.
Or in Carvel.
We need you to head out
You are
there,
Marvel.
secure the shipment, and bring it back here so Vina can complete her prototype.
Facebook, YouTube, and Kick. It should be in my description. I think Facebook scrubs the URL links. It should actually be in the description on Facebook, but they removed the URLs because they're assholes like that. But if you see chatting up there, you can basically see the platform icons. So you have a Facebook icon. Marvel was on YouTube, and Idwin is on Kick right now. Which is the only reason I have a combined chat, and it's one of the reasons I don't stream to Twitch, because I can't have a combined chat on Twitch. But you can watch on whatever platform you want. Technically, YouTube has the best quality, followed by Facebook, followed by Kick. As weird as that's... Actually, no. Facebook is only 30 FPS, because for some reason Facebook wants to gate that. Facebook wants to gate that behind a partnership thing that no one gets, because there's no one watching Facebook. And you can only stream for 8 hours.
Pay attention.
Suck my dick, bitch. All the women in this game are assholes, guys. It's just pretty much everyone's an asshole. Unless they're, they feel like not being an asshole. Like, the default stance for women in this game are just, they're dicks to you. They're just all basically dicks to you.
Unfortunately, yes. So be prepared.
Heard of Kick, another streaming
Extensive
platform.
tests
They're
and
relatively new.
research
It's
were
like a
done
year
on the
old.
planet, so the chances that this is environmental are slim.
Am I doing pretty good?
And setting up a station like
Got
this
some
is second
tryptophan going
nature for
on.
Consolidated Mining, with
From
plenty
turkey.
of
It's an amino acid from
redundancies in
turkey, by
place
the
to
way.
handle
Makes you
mechanical
tired.
failures.
Yeah.
The mining station is CM Station RC-1. It's on a moon called Carinae 3A in the Carinae system.
You can stream on, I
The
think,
shipment should be in the
Twitch
research
for
and control
48
tower,
hours, and then you have to
but
restart
the
your
outside
stream.
doors
I don't know
kept
if that's
locked
still a
down.
thing, but it used to
This
be a
key
thing.
card will let you enter the mines.
YouTube, I'm pretty sure you can stream as long as you want.
Good luck.
Why some streams just never end. There's like streams of products or buying stuff or stupid shit like that. Okay. Travel. Yeah, and some of these we can't finish. Alrighty, let's see. Off we go. I honestly don't want to do stealth mission. I fucking hate stealth in this game. It's so terrible. I think this isn't a stealth mission, though. Thanks, James.
Captain, it is pleasant to see you.
Starborn that want to fuck with me. F5. Got going on here, guys. Crap. They're all inside. So, mercenaries? Ah, Space Adept. Garbage. Ah.
No sign of hostiles. Standing down.
Going around the outside here, checking out some loot. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Advanced Megstorm. Well, there's an advanced Megstorm. Odds on. Unfortunately, Megstorms do not work on very well. Or do the miniguns. .965 DPS is pretty good. Oh, we have to dump my contraband too. I'm gonna forget about that. Yeah. Busy using a computer, guys. Apparently still like 300 people working on this game, by the way. Pretty crazy.
I wonder whether the result of the analysis here was good news or bad.
I thought I was supposed to get an implant too, like we didn't have any surgery or anything. Did I miss something? Good. Pretty much. I mean, the game doesn't scale very well. They want you to do New Game Plus, and New Game Plus really, really fucking sucks, and I wouldn't recommend anyone do New Game Plus. It just discourages you from actually trying to make something out of your character in the game. So upgrades are very, very few and far between. Armor upgrades are very, very few and far between. Scaling's bad on them, and the whole idea of armor needs to be readjusted. Like you can, I don't remember the last time we got a armor upgrade. Maybe 2 weeks. A lot of the modifiers are terrible, and then they drop armor that's a lot lower than what you have. Yeah, Andreja? Good. Dude. Okay, let's talk here, Andreja. Okay, he was stuck in the wall. Good. Behind the punching bag.
I'm here for you. Should you need me? What have you got for me?
Let's change her back.
A shame that there is not more to discuss.
Guilty me into talking to you?
Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets.
I get too much. And then she's like, oh my god, you have too much gear. Don't do that. Good. Like, these mannequins are always trash. They aren't even worth money either. It's just garbage. Why? Like, even my current helmets don't even have unique stats on them, I think. Most of my stuff doesn't even have unique stats on it because it all sucks.
Not exactly the lap of luxury, is it?
Nope. An upgrade, by the way, just sellable. Probably garbage. We'll do it anyways, because we can. Already down 3 one-bangers, guys. It's not good. Not good. Probably gonna run into another one-banger. Oh, no. Okay. But yeah, basically right now we're just finishing up to see what kind of the quests are. I wasn't ready to go back to Overwatch either. Finishing up faction quests to see if I missed something good. Ryujin Industries, not very good in my opinion. NC storyline was probably the best. The NC Pirate storyline was also pretty good. More picks the better you can use up. Good. That's a Grendel. A normal Grendel. It's kind of weird that there isn't a direct association with the difficulty in locks and the difficulty of loot. Also kind of takes away from the whole looting aspect of the game, you know? When you try and do something difficult and you don't get difficult things for difficult loot. Yeah, I'm not sure how they passed that one up. It. And garbage. My current one has bolstering on it that just makes it infinitely better. F5. Probably after this, though, after we finish the Region Industries, we're going to play some Skylines for a bit. Probably a stream or two, and then we're going to be going back to Overwatch.
Did you hear something? Found
Good job, Andreja.
You can't hope to win.
Christ. This gun does a shitload of DPS, but there's 100% a bug with it. Where it seems like as long as you hit one of the dots, it does full damage. Which basically makes it a shotgun where you don't actually need to hit multiple shots. Holy fucking shit. Yeah.
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
I agree. Contraband cache. I'm glad they call it a contraband cache, so we know that there's contraband in it. A lot of like unique aspects to this game, guys, that they never really ironed out, like contraband, and you think there'd be something specific you do to get a really big reward. It's not really the case. It's just a pain in the ass to deal with. Lots of things that are like here that they could make better, and the game would be infinitely better, and they just never really did. Bangers, guys. Oh no. Lots of contraband. Eclectic love their contraband. Tool grip, weapon damage. Tool grip is this, by the way. It's that thing. Kind of weird. And there's a whole like resistance aspect that doesn't even matter. They spend a bunch of time on something you basically don't even really interact with, and when you do, you can easily just fix it. And if it was overly intrusive, it would make the game completely unfun. Ah, I bet you thought your Meg Pulse was fantastic. It's not. Mine's fantastic. Decided to put a cooler way up there, you know, just for shits and giggles. Yes. I didn't even get credit for that. Skip shot, advanced drum beat. That's pretty good. What's the DPS on it? 442. Not too bad. Megstorm. Skip shots, like every fourth, fires multiple. The higher the refire rate of the weapon, the more damage that it actually does. So if this was like a Megstorm or Gatling gun, it would do infinitely more damage because it cycles through the fourth shot much faster. It's more consistent DPS instead of like on a sniper rifle, for instance. Up to a certain point. You know, after a certain point, you'd just be firing fast enough. Like, this is probably fast enough where it doesn't matter. Assembler sucks. Med theft doesn't matter because I have 5 million meds. And that's not the game anyways. The thing on there that's good is skip shot. And there's like no way, even when you do crafting, you can't like retool without mods. You can't retool perks onto other weapons or something, or have a way of hammering them on. Basically all you got is the ones that you can craft right now, and there's no way of actually dealing with the quality weapons or quality stuff.
Impressive investment. Someone certainly considered this worth the time and credits.
There you go. By the way, we're using her.
Trying to take a little
Shut up,
too much
there you go.
on. Literally.
We're using her instead of Hadrian because she has more dialogue, even if it's shittier. Hadrian, best waifu.
You cannot beat me.
I think he's laying down right now. Got him. It's weird, like, eclectic are more like mercenaries, right? For some strange reason, you run into them where you normally find, like, spacers, like people that just don't give a shit. My god, what happened down here? No. Here, let me creep around to lose aggro.
Cowards. Did they have anything of value?
No, not really. I believe these are all the miners they massacred. Make sure. Lots of explosives down here, probably to blow you up while you're mining and they creep out. That's where he came in. Cross shot.
There you are. That's the best you can do.
What happened if we got an inflictor and made it automatic and then gave it an Andrasia? Fully automatic weapons don't seem to work very well with the AI. Okay. Make sure. Got more advanced guns now, though. Here, I can do... No, I can't do that. One moment. Actually, I do have grenades. Where the fuck are they? There we go. Definitely feels like I'm shooting through people sometimes. F5. Have a mag shot. And it's Razorback. Yeah. Biosuppressant is a crafting ingredient. Pulse. Mag pulses are kind of weird. You expect them to be better than they actually are. They aren't very good. Like, they're kind of like the sniper rifle version of mag weapons, and they don't really... Damage doesn't really reflect it. Can't really mod them very well. Good. F5. Pretty sure, by the way, we could have entered the top building without going through here. W. We found that key card. Nines don't seem to work very well. Just the loot table themselves, guys, and how you would get loot, if they reworked that, would make the game infinitely more fun. You know, cases like this having a chance to drop loot, or lock cases especially, the higher the lock, the better the loot you should get from them, and if it is the case, it's not very good. They don't have a big enough impact on the loot table. Space Hauler, meh. Worth money, even the like fancy ones. Like, it seems like quality has almost no impact on the value for like spacesuits. Very weird. Advanced Grendel, radioactive. Double damage to targets at full health. Meh. Fast for that to matter. Demoralizing targets run away. That's not actually good, because then they run away and then you can't kill them. F5. Right. Let's see. Christ. You have that. He threw it on himself.
You're not walking out of here.
Hey, day, Andreja. Okay. Good job, Andreja. Save the day. Orders. Okay.
Hopefully they amount to something.
Their advanced Megstorm, but no stats on it. Okay. Nope. So, we are at like level 64 right now, guys. And the stats, the suit that I am currently wearing, this was a level 74 guy, guys, right? The suit that I am currently wearing has almost three times the amount of stats that this suit has on it. Regardless of the 15%. Makes no sense. So, like, while there is some level scaling in the game, like this guy was like level 74, there is some level scaling in the game, it doesn't scale the loot table. I have no idea why. It doesn't even make sense. Some stuff will drop around your level, but it's not like directly attached to the character that you kill, the level of the character you're killing, which is very weird. Go to the clinic. Right. Well, that would explain why Andreja is now broken. In order to fix this, you have to walk out you have to go through a level door. We're gonna go back down the elevator and back up because I don't think there's actually a load zone here. And you can't just reload the game, it doesn't fix it. These cubes, though, usually have a legendary in them. Still, nowhere, like, stat-wise, nowhere near my level. Play 50% less, that's actually pretty good. And this is pretty good. But the stats are fucking terrible, so... Okay, I got, like, a semi-decent roll on this gear, guys, but it doesn't matter, because the stats suck on it. Look, I have 208 physical, 176 energy, 192 EM. Like, stuff like this, like, takes away from the fun of actually playing, like, having a working loot table takes away from the fun of playing the game. The armor itself is usually really garbage. The weapons aren't so bad, but armor, oh, jeez, it's all over the fucking place. Plus 40 carry capacity, that'd be fucking great. 50% less weapons? I have a lot of weapons, because I like switching around. And they weigh a lot. It's like probably like 40, 50 weight right there in weapons. 40 weight. Don't get that. 40, I'd say. And that includes stuff you're carrying to sell. That'd be actually huge. That'd be huge. Absolutely huge. And I can't, because it has half the stats of my current stuff. Almost half the stats of my current stuff. Garbage. Don't worry about it, guys. Just go play New Game Plus. You'll enjoy the game so much more if you do New Game Plus. You won't. Don't do New Game Plus. Don't touch New Game Plus. Terrible. Kiss your base and everything you're doing in the game goodbye. There's so much to explore in the game too. You think it wouldn't matter, right? Like you'd be like, oh, she fixed herself, by the way. Like, why would they ever consider you throwing away your shit? Oh. Better. Alright. So we might keep the drum beat, see what's going on with that. We might go and take and mod it. We go through here. Wait, so I can't fast travel. Feels bad, man. Alrighty.
Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes?
All broken?
Hi,
Yeah.
how's it going?
Alrighty. What do we got here? Eggstorm, like, that's kind of good, but, I mean, we're already doing 1365 with a Revenant. Meg Pulse. Meg Shear. Like Megstorms, I've always wanted to get a Megstorm, but we just haven't found a good one. Why do I waste so much still? I don't know. 4.3. Contraband. Go drop off the contraband.
You looking for something?
Let's see. So we have to go to clinic, luckily. And for some strange reason, guys, the missions almost always are always in the same systems. There's like 5 million planets here. And like 30 systems, and majority of them take place in like 10. Drop off for contraband. Since we can't go to the key and sell it anymore. Because that's gone. Hey, buddy. Ah, they're just chilling out over here? Good. There we go. Much better. Books at some point here. Alright.
Always a pleasure, Captain.
Yeah? Oh, a breach is a shotgun. Fine, Megstorm. We have a tombstone we adjusted at one point? Drumbeat. Might still be on Hadrian. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we adjusted and turned into a burst fire. Not do that. Yes.
Credit for your thought. If there's anything you...
Why does she have this? Where the fuck did she get this? What? Why does she have an advanced Megstorm on her, guys? That's also this frenzy on it.
I appreciate our little...
Because when we're testing, we're using the hand-loading refined. Huh. Okay.
All systems looking good. Boss?
Can't fit.
Good to see you again.
Too big. That's what she said. Drumbeat. I think we're fine. Take a look here. Definitely tried this at one point. It doesn't really have any stats on it, does it? It just says Frenzy. Not really going to be all that much better than a normal Megstorm. 7. Yeah. So this isn't actually good. Like, it's yellow and everything. It's legendary. But it doesn't matter, because it has Med Theft, Disassembler, and Frenzy on it. So it's basically just the same thing as a white. Yep. Put the rest of our shit on the ship. Good, good, so we can sell it. It's not taking up inventory space. By the way, this FPS lag isn't nearly as bad anywhere else. I don't know why my planet is so bad, but it is.
Brought this ship comforting.
What's good?
You need something?
Ghost shooter did not work out well. Drum beat. Yes. It's grenade launcher on her. Yeah, let's go to station.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Up, buddy. No, you upgrade your guns. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to do. It's a pain in the ass to do, though.
You know, I went to chef school.
Sometimes it does that, and that's very annoying. Retracts multiple quests. Are we supposed to retrieve the shipment from the planet we were on? Maybe.
This area's off limits. Authorized personnel only. Yeah, I bet you do.
Guys, we're on the same side.
You're starting to make a lot of sense.
I mean, yeah, gaslighting work. You just literally just say things that are just in conflict with reality with enough gusto, and people believe you.
Yeah.
Actually, not all that far from persuasion in real life.
Fine, I'll issue you an access card. Infinity better get it together.
Okay, buddy. 5. Well, there's that, guys.
Sean, I don't want to go through this again. I'm tired, all right? Just not today.
You can't be okay with this, though, right? You took an oath, and I'd say this is a firm violation.
Look, we got that shipment. Although who knows what Faye expects me to do with it. But maybe approval's really our own way.
I suppose that is ours now. Eh?
We'll figure this out. I promise.
Fine. But if we lose Kai, that's it. I'm going to SSNN. I don't give a shit about my career anymore.
You and me both.
Hey. You even need to sneak around?
I'll never get out of this.
Hey, buddy.
This damn contract will be the death of me.
Go on.
Excuse me, but this is a restricted area. You need to leave.
Ah.
Your timing could be better. A little warning next time.
Sure thing.
I'll just take a moment to check up on my patient.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, stealth missions in this game, guys, not really highlight of this game.
Hey, who let you in here? This is a restricted area.
Buddy.
In that case, you'll want to speak to Dr. Lane.
I mean, we basically already did everything, so... Yeah, like, what? Maybe if you don't pickpocket the cards, then you talk to him. Pickpocketing, I didn't have pickpocketing for the first 2/3 of this game, guys, and that was a mistake. As it turns out, pickpocketing is actually incredibly useful at all times. Probably something you should have, because I think morally gray is just default for Bethesda.
We better get that approval soon.
Howdy.
Hey, buddy. Find me. Oh, you're supposed to get in here normally without triggering everything and killing everyone. I don't see any maintenance shafts or anything. Okay.
It is good to be back in our own ship.
You're in our own ship, Drasia.
See any heat leeches?
We should get you checked out.
Permission to take care of it.
Been here 5 bajillion times.
Everything good? We're here to help.
Huh.
Anything I can help you with?
Nope. Right, well, there's that. Got rid of all of our contraband, I believe.
Welcome to the Freestar Collective. Please maintain your current course while we scan your ship. Alright, you're good. Welcome to Neon.
Alrighty. That'll shit too, I think. Binders reset.
Yeah?
Righty. Bit of money.
All right. Get out of here.
Boost packs. Got those two.
Feel like making a... Let me know if we can...
Armor.
Tell everyone you know about our store.
Alrighty. Trade Authority. Too bad we don't have contraband, but we had to dump it.
If it's too hot to handle, now we're getting somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Not have stolen shit? Well, there's that. Let's go in reverse. Guess he didn't restock in credits. Maybe we only went to the Trade Authority. After, like, 2 missions ago.
I know you're tight.
There you go.
Take heart, outfitters. If we don't have it,
you don't see, you won't find a...
Yep. Alrighty. I think we got everything. I swear I've never seen anything on that screen prior to right now. Fuck. Okay. Off we go again.
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
Ah, it's like you guys never moved.
Just hand Vina the shipment so we can get on with it.
Fuck my dick.
Hey there. Good to see you again.
He's nice.
Hey there. Is that my beautiful shipment? You were right about this one, Masako. "100% pure, though. When it comes to the brain, we don't want to take any risks. Now, I shall excuse myself and get to work on finalizing this prototype."
So, what did you learn about CM Station RC-1?
Infinity hired eclectic mercenaries to obtain the shipment.
Lucas must be desperate if he hired them to collect the Rothosite. Were there any survivors?
But the Rothosite is used for security, isn't it?
Our station on Carinae 3A and Consolidated Mining's contract were both confidential. We had no reason to believe they'd be under any threat. Of course, we had no reason to believe we had a mole, either. Sicking eclectic on a station with nothing but miners and scientists? Corporations can sink low, but this is a new level. Now, I also had a report that you were spotted at the clinic. I take it you traced the shipment there? Dr. Lane? I believe Vina is familiar with his work, specializing in neurosurgery. Were you able to determine what he was doing at the clinic? So, it sounds like Lucas has reached a new level of desperation to ensure his future as CEO.
Infinity appears to be on an entirely different level
report.
of corruption. It cannot be allowed to continue.
I'll make sure Yuko's team extracts every bit of information they can from the clinic's database on this. Between hiring eclectic and unauthorized human trials, we have enough to take Lucas down for good. And with the Rothosite secure, it's almost time for us to make our move.
But they could find other supplies of Rothosite.
Head up to the executive floor and speak to Dalton. He has an update for you on the mole's identity. I've called a meeting.
Guess we're
and I
getting the
expect
neuro amp
you to
later?
attend. It's time to put the final plan.
Still don't understand why they did that. Kind of weird. They made it sound like I was going to get the neuro amp prior to the mission we just went on, and now I guess they have the Rothosite to make the neuro amp, but they made the neuro amp prior to me being here, so. Right?
I've got my eye on you.
Fuck my dick.
Good. You're right on time.
Mm-hmm.
I reevaluated
Dalton?
all the evidence. It took every resource I had, but the final answer is clear. Ularu is the mole.
Don't say.
So this clears Imogen of wrongdoing. Good.
I mean, we had evidence, talked to her, and got a confession from Ularu, but, you know.
In due time. I'll be reaching out, but right now we need her to remain in hiding. Yes. You made the right call.
Yay, validation.
I briefed Masako and discussed her plans on handling this. While we both agree Ularu is guilty, we need irrefutable evidence before presenting this to the board. For now, we lead everyone to believe that Imogen was the mole, and the situation was dealt with.
I can understand the need for deception, but...
I mean, we already confronted Ularu,
quite
and she confessed, and we told them about that. Pretend Imogen was the mole so Ularu won't get suspicious. It's like you didn't even talk to her. Uh-huh. Yeah, Bethesda writing, guys. We even told him that she confessed to us. I already said that she stays in hiding. Why is this a dialogue option? We already have solid proof from Jean, and then we got a confession from her, which I heard, which apparently doesn't matter.
You were saying? Good. Keeping Ularu in the dark is the key to taking her down. Masako has tasked Ularu with writing the program to bring down Infinity Ltd. We believe she'll take the chance to incriminate Masako within the program. So this could provide the evidence we're looking for. You will be tasked with the assignment to infiltrate Infinity. So before you go, I want you to bring that program to me. If I can't find hidden code on a single slate, I certainly deserve to be fired. Ularu is limited in what she can hide here. Plus, she'll have no reason to believe anyone will be looking in the first place.
Huh? I mean, besides the fact that we confronted her, talked about it, and she confessed. Yeah.
I can't imagine a more satisfying ending. Now, let's attend a meeting.
Okay. Ready. Ah.
So much work.
Exactly. I love that. Bug report.
We called you all together to discuss a recent security breach. We discovered a mole within the company who leaked vital information about Project Dominion to Infinity Ltd.
You've got to be kidding me. Just don't tell me it's Vina. I think we've all noticed she's not here.
Before you speculate any further, no, it's not Vina. The guilty party is Imogene Salzo, much to my disappointment. Our operative here obtained the evidence to confirm it.
Why would it matter if you lie or not? Why does it say lie like it's something big? I don't think we've lied, and I don't think it's ever bit us in the ass, ever. It just says that you lie.
Dalton, how does something like this happen?
Imogene is highly trained. Ularu can even speak to that. We demand the best. So that's the threat we deal with.
I may have well-trained operatives, but security is your responsibility, Dalton. This is a huge failing on your part.
I accept the responsibility, but let's not forget, the mole has already been exposed and dealt with.
Of course, thanks to another of my operatives.
You're operative? I'm Eugene's operative, you bitch.
I know you're not insinuating that this is my fault.
Why not? You insinuated it's
Imogene's
Dalton's
been
fault.
dealt with, so bickering is pointless. All I care about is reacquiring our property and what this might be costing us financially.
Vina is completing the internal neuroamp prototype as we speak. Our operative will receive the implant, infiltrate Infinity Ltd, and obtain any and all research. I have it on good authority. The experimentations they've done to replicate the missing pieces of our work have resulted in fatalities.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time after so many fatalities, though. So apparently, speaking of which, for Neuralink, so real life Starlink to your brain, right? There's been apparently a lot of animal testing on chimps, basically, is what it comes down to, because obviously you can't just implant something in someone's brain and expect it to work right. You need to have something that actually might turn out, and they're trying to sue the shit out of Elon Musk for doing it. Yeah, which is kind of like, what are you supposed to do in that position, right? So animal testing that could lead to basically a human evolution and help a bunch of people that might be disabled or have issues, right? And people are just like parading around just how horrible it is that we're doing it in the first place, but you know, we're using animals to do so, right? Not obviously real people until clinical trials start. It's fucking weird. Like, you know, obviously I don't think it's a good idea to just maim animals, but at the same time, we're talking about something that could actually, completely evolve humanity. And they're like, no, you shouldn't do that. Let's sue the shit. Like, obviously, just a money grab and bad luck. Sue the shit out of Musk for doing so. It's fucking weird. Evolutionary step. Most people have probably watched The Matrix and understand what The Matrix means and in and of itself, right? Yeah, it's a big deal. And then augmented reality, which is overlaid on the top of reality itself. Incredible.
Botched human trials and murder for hire? You don't bounce back from that. At least not with Infinity's legal team.
If I may make a suggestion, we should give this evidence to David at SSNN. It's the best neutral method of releasing this information.
But
to
then
the
they would
general
expose
public.
what they're doing.
That'd make my job easier.
David it is, then.
Masako, the internal neuroamp is ready if you want to send down the candidate.
I hope you're ready.
I am clinical trials. Yeah.
You always have a choice. You
No.
just have to decide which set of consequences you prefer to live with.
Bitch.
Vina will be waiting for you in the neuroamp division in R&D. Once you're done, meet me in my office. Be ready to discuss the details of your next assignment.
Okay. Oh, I got a neuroamp now. Cool. Best agent. Let's do experimentation on him. Uh-huh.
Are you sure you're okay? You left pretty fast.
Hang around too long?
Double check those measurements.
Amps are fascinating, are they not?
Ah, here's my lucky
still surprised
candidate.
they have not been completely
I hope you're
out.
ready
Lucky?
to embark on one amazing journey. The internal neuroamp is basically the next leap in our line of influential amplifiers. It gives the user dominion over a less dominant target, meaning you can heavily influence another person's thoughts and actions.
Assuming they also have an implant. I don't think it doesn't really work without an implant.
Oh yeah, it gives Ryujin Industries a huge advantage over the competition. So, are you ready to get started? Oh, don't worry. That's not on the agenda. Now, just a few details before
What?
we begin.
I have a legitimate
Obviously,
concern
we'll
about
be
you
putting
frying
in-
my brain, and you
I'll
act
be
like a
making small
condescending
incision
bitch
in
to
the
me.
back of your skull where the internal neuroamp
is
will be fitted. The whole
Who wrote
procedure
this
should only
shit?
take 3 to 4 hours with little to no downtime afterwards, provided DeMarcus got everything entered correctly.
Did I not just say I quadruple checked the numbers?
You know
You're a
I'm just
guy,
giving
don't
you
worry
a
about
hard
it.
Time. Besides, I've got to make sure my patient is reassured.
The fuck? I don't think that's the way doctors approach possibly a life-threatening operation, but okay. Uh-huh. See.
You're gonna be fine. All I'm saying is that you're in good hands. Now, just lie down on the table once you're ready, and we should be good to go.
Has not all been a horrible miscalculation, then.
Yeah. Oh, we got a cyberpunk action going on here. Oh. Oh my god. Custom programming.
All right, let's get this party started.
Texture. The few times we've had a custom cutscene to lead us into something going on. We're gonna have a reboot procedure?
Well,
My
look
God.
who's finally up. The operation was a success, obviously. Once you're able to refocus, let me know how you're doing.
So as far as the game goes, I don't think this really changes anything. Like getting it.
So, how are you feeling? You look good? Yep, that's me every morning. But the whole point of this is no visual indication and no adverse side effects. So, sounds like we're on track.
Yeah.
Just a couple quick notes before using the internal neuroamp. First, you can only influence one person at a time. And second, the effect is temporary, so be prepared if you use it in a combat situation. Now that's something to talk to the drone engineers about.
Ah.
Now let's test this sucker out. DeMarcus has graciously volunteered for science, he says. He knows what the external ones are like, but he hasn't had the chance to play guinea pig with this one yet.
As he should have.
He's ready and waiting in the
'cause
test
he's
chamber for
disposable.
whenever you're ready to give that neuroamp a whirl. Just head up the stairs nearby
make his
to the
brain explode?
observation deck.
Okay. Press F to open your scanner and target the person you want to manipulate. Press E, social skills, select manipulate. This person manipulate, select the object the person you want to interact with. So this is no different than the manipulation skill that we already have. Okay. Yeah. Uh-oh. So it looks like I can't order him to do... I don't know what's going on here. Like the normal manipulation skill, which might be bugged because I actually own it. There we go. I don't have an option to do anything anymore. There we go.
Oh! Need a moment to walk that off? As an observer, the effect is quite unnerving. It is hard not to immediately worry about the implications.
Good. Says the cultist. Feels busy, okay.
Oh my god, that was incredible. What was it like?
Bug report.
Wow. How to describe it? 1 minute I was excited about seeing how the experiment would go. The next, I had a brief moment of disorientation and figured I must have lost my train of thought. It felt eerily natural. And yes, I admit it, just as you predicted.
I knew it, I knew it, I knew it! I can hardly wait to finish writing up my latest dissertation. And you owe me 100 creds.
I'll be keeping myself under constant surveillance now. I'm curious if any other side effects may manifest.
Texture flashing, very annoying, by the way.
So, tell me all about it. How did it feel? Any side effects? Well, I'd leave that up for Alexis and Lyndon to decide. Compensation's not really my thing. Yes! Good. Hear that, DeMarcus? That's 2 for 2 now.
I heard. It really was fascinating how all I experienced was a moment of disorientation. It's truly remarkable tech.
You didn't feel violated at all?
When it comes to your job, you bet it does. Besides, the neuroamp isn't total control. If a subject's morals or beliefs in something are strong enough, we still see points of failure. That being said,
I thought I was the first person to actually do it.
Actions our subjects sanction in their own minds.
Okay. As much as
What?
I'd love to go over the details
Okay.
and potential
I was
of
pretty
this
sure I was the
amazing
first one to do
technology
this.
I created,
Apparently they
Masako
already
wants to
have it all figured out.
It
so.
sounds like you have an assignment to complete. And DeMarcus and I have a lot of notes to record.
Yeah. Dr. Masako.
Doing calculations.
So basically, the neuroamp is no different than the manipulation ability that you just have in the game.
It's certainly taken time to craft an appearance for itself.
Yep. Good. Which I put points into to get it as a skill.
My company's future might be riding.
Good, you're here.
Hey, buddy.
I wasn't sure how... Now that you've been outfitted with the internal neuroamp, it's time to put that tech to work. We're sending you into Infinity Ltd. Lucas Drexler is about to learn exactly why you don't steal from Ryujin Industries. And wish he shall, every day, while he rots away in prison. All right, Yuko has provided a layout of Infinity Ltd. You have two options for this assignment. We'll be providing you with the means for both. Option A, you gain entry through their maintenance access on the roof. Option B, we give you an assigned identity and arrange a meeting for you.
An identity's better because it's less likely to get you fucked. What else sucks in the game?
Just hope those acting skills don't get you caught or killed. Now, depending on your preference, you'll either find yourself in the maintenance hallway or the marketing department. From there, you have 3 targets. First, you have Lucas Drexler's computer, located in his office on the executive floor. Second is Faye Sengsavan's computer, in research and development. And third, you need to obtain the prototype they are working on, also in R&D.
As you can see, you've several floors to traverse.
Yeah?
So I hope you're prepared for an adventure.
That's what we're counting on. Now,
Ready.
I had Ularu create a program that you need to run on both Lucas and Faye's computers. I'll let her explain the details.
You see, once we expose Infinity Ltd., all of their data is going to come under intense scrutiny. We only want the public to know about their mercenary hires and unauthorized human trials, but Project Dominion needs to remain confidential. I've created an overseer program that will gather all the evidence we need.
Which is kind of weird, considering it would talk about basically why they hired Eclectic in the first place, and it would expose their operation, which we talked about 10 minutes ago when we were having a conversation with them when we were discussing this, and now they're like, oh, hey, we're just going to make everything else disappear. That's the whole motivation for what's going on right now, somehow. Okay. Gaslight it away, guys. Doesn't even respect what's happening in the game.
Exactly. And what the public doesn't know doesn't hurt them.
It is best to keep the public unaware of such a device.
If the media were to draw their own conclusions, I'm certain they'd just...
Like the whole reason we don't publicly expose them.
Controlling the narrative is of the utmost importance.
Understood.
Now, we don't want to mess on.
Why is she responding for me?
A body count will only distract from what we're trying to accomplish here. In fact, unless they're a master at being one with the shadows, I'd suggest you leave your friend behind. Lower the risk. Simon Rychek provided some useful info on how to evacuate civilians from the building. I'm sure you remember him from Sidonia. Infinity's maintenance crew is understaffed. It's only a matter of time before pressure gauges go unchecked and they have a massive issue on their hands. Once that pressure becomes too much, every floor in the building is going to suffer from gas leaks, setting off an automated alarm to evacuate the building. Simon was able to get a passcode for you to access their system's computer, so you can force the heating system to fail.
Yep.
I'd highly advise you use it. This assignment isn't the time to test your abilities.
Like, nothing here is actually worth
The only
listening
thing you're
to
out
be
there
perfectly
prove
honest.
is that you can get this job done. We're also issuing you an operative suit. It should help reduce their ability to detect you. These suits are typically reserved for the senior ranks, but we want to reduce as much risk as possible. And that's what we're hoping for. If you can pull this off, even I'll be impressed.
Okay.
Once you've run the Overseer program and obtained the prototype, your final step is to deliver the slate to David Barron at the SSNN field office. If he asks questions, feel free to give him just enough information to pique his interest, but no mention of Ryujin or who you are. SSNN is used to anonymous tips. They'll do whatever verifications they deem necessary on their own to confirm the story. Good. I guarantee the moment he scratches the surface on that story, he'll have a broadcast sent to every system. So, any final questions before you go?
Oh, hey, I'm an idiot. Explain to me what you've already explained to me again.
Good luck.
You
And
know.
be sure to report directly back to me when you return.
Here's Simon's passcode, your operative suit, the Overseer program, and your cover identity. Your cover ID card is encoded with roof entry and elevator access, so that's your ticket in, either way. Don't screw this up, Skylar Lumen.
What? I thought Why do I have the vent? I picked the option to go in through the front door with the passcode. What's going on? Good morning, Detective Freak. We're doing some Ryujin Industry. This fucking quest is horribly written. This is probably some of the worst writing I've seen in the game so far. Very lazy. We had that whole conversation with, not Imogene, Ulara? We had that whole conversation with Ulara where we confronted her. She admitted to doing the whole thing with Eugene, and then she just forgot about it. And Dalton forgot about it. And there's no talk of it. Like, I don't... It is uber lazy writing. And the FC storyline was very dry. This is just horribly written. Like, this is really, really badly... There's all sorts of inconsistencies all over the place. It ruins immersion. It ruins the whole thing.
Do you have the program? It's one thing to hide your work in a network with thousands of employees.
You already explained this already.
Access to
This
a
is literally
top-secret
just
project
saying
that you control said employees. It's another to try and hide on a single slate.
Dialogue from a little bit ago.
Aha. The decryptions hit a snag. There's definitely something here.
What do you decide the fact the quests are very boring too, because stealth sucks in this game?
According to this code, Ularu intended to plant false evidence that would show Masako was working with Lucas. The moment you launched the Overseer program, a series of fabricated communication files would have been uploaded to the Infinity Ltd network. One of them even frames Masako for encouraging Lucas to push for early human trials.
Why would she, though?
So it is clear what she intended. Now all that is left is to decide what to do with this information.
I'm going to copy the necessary files off this slate and issue you
Like,
a new one.
So from the outside, why would she do this? What is her motivation to double-cross Ryujin Industries as being the head of Ryujin Industries, give them tech from Ryujin Industries, and then try to make them do the tech that they're already doing for Ryujin Industries?
Have the evidence we need to prove Olaru's guilt.
Then it is time we use it.
Why is Andreja responding for me? It's like Andreja's my handler in this quest chain. The amount of times Andreja's basically talked for me in this quest chain is ridiculous. Or like she's just taking over dialogue that I should normally be saying, which doesn't make sense. One that's actually the leader here and I'm following her around. Crazy. He already said this. This is literally just repeating what he just said. It doesn't even add anything. Well, let's see if it adds more to what he just said.
There's no doubt. Should you have even noticed the upload, the program itself is designed to ignore any stop commands. It would have been too late.
So, yeah, basically what he just said. Okay. Very lazy writing, guys. Yep, just exactly what he just said. Let's go over what he just said again.
Yes. And had you not brought this program to me in the first place...
Like, literally just, they repeated the dialogue.
You would be the one planting the false evidence. Without that falsified evidence, Ularu is in for a big surprise. I fully expect she'll be eagerly awaiting SSNN's broadcast, anticipating Masako to be accused alongside Lucas Drexler. Here's the new slate with the revised Overseer program. Let's get this assignment finished the right way.
Like, whoever wrote this didn't really try to even think of why Masako would betray Ryujin Industries in the first place, or even work with Infinity. She's at the top of Ryujin Industries. Why she'd even work with a competitor in the first place? Okay. Alright.
The bright lights and reflections are almost enough to make you forget about those living down in the well.
Fuck my dick, Andrasia. It really is kind of weird too. Like, Andrasia doesn't seem to remotely respect like her kind of upbringing, like an ideal point of view from essentially an occultist that is very antisocial and dislikes other factions and people from other factions, almost in a religious zealotry way. Not everyone,
Okay.
but
Hello.
just very weird.
There's
Not
a bit more
remotely
in the
respect
back.
your
If you don't see what you want,
respect
feel
your
free
character
to...
lore.
Please, take a look.
And then she gets pissy, and at the same time, like, whenever you kill someone that you're not supposed to, and taking stuff that you're not supposed to, and then at the same time, like, gung-ho in the middle of combat, and wants to piss all over people. Let's see. You for your money. Go to Trade Authority.
By the way, Captain.
I guess if they actually had to talk about what it'd be if you had a faction of people that really just hate everyone else, how that, you know, xenophobia, how that would actually manifest itself in the game, which wouldn't be politically correct at all. Yeah, wouldn't want that. There we go. Cleaned out the ship. There's still a bunch of shit. Actually, I think, let's try selling my books. I have a shitload of books right now. And then, by the way, I, like, pickpocketed shit off people in Ryujin Industries. I thought I'd be able to use to blackmail them and, you know, increase my position or something. Nope. Nope, like, kind of like some bloodthirsty, cutthroat, underhanded subterfuge in the company. Nope. Nothing like it. I literally just go point A to point B and fetch quest. In something that's supposed to be all about, like, cleverly written dialogue. Very weird. Like I said, this is probably one of the shittiest quest lines, major quest lines in the game. FC storyline was boring, but this is just written. Main storyline was also pretty bad, but I'd say this is actually worse than the main storyline. I guess because they doesn't even take into account my dialogue option. When we said I'm going to do option B, where I get a dialogue, it doesn't even take that into account. I still have both options. 5.
We don't get very many visitors here. It really makes the day crawl by. Hello.
How would I care?
Did you have an appointment?
She has almost an identical face to Masako. Good. Just a different voice and hairstyle.
Yes, from Lumen Interactive. The elevator here will take you to the marketing floor. Once you arrive, you'll want to talk to Ellis Ortiz. He's the receptionist there and will be happy to help you.
Yeah. Off you. Oh. I should leave her behind. Although we've done stealth storylines with
Hello, excellent to see. Do not have all
followers
the fun
before. Yep. Might not even matter. Seems in some quest lines they just completely ignore your follower. So.
Welcome to Infinity Ltd's marketing department. Desi notified me that you were on your way. If you just excuse me, you can't just. They don't pay me enough to care. Excuse me. Hello. Hey. Yes. Pardon. Okay. Yes.
Up the storyline, or it fucked up the dialogue.
Welcome to Infinity Ltd. Excuse me. If you just have a seat, I can notify Miss Hart that you've arrived.
Yeah. This.
Excuse me. You can't just. They don't pay me enough to care.
Oh, I was supposed to get a suit. Do I even have the suit? Operative suit. That'd look kind of weird if you're wearing that in here, but you know, whatever. Okay.
I'll go notify Miss Hart that you're here. Feel free to use any of the facilities on the floor while you wait. The break room and bathrooms are just around the corner.
Name? I should have tried, pickpocketing him. Okay. Hey, buddy. %. It does feel like when you have max level pickpocketing, you should just be able to pickpocket them. I think pretty much everyone just scum saves, so. Not sure what that did for us. Right.
I can't wait for this day to be over.
Buddy.
Something to report?
2%. Wow. Apparently I should have got that bar, the stealth bar earlier in the game. Gives a lot of F5. Oh, another neon dancer. Those are very rare. Not sure that's in the bathroom here, but... Morning, Zeno. How's it going? Pretty good. Have some Rouge and industry stuff. Definitely seen better days, apparently. Pretty nice. Okay. RNG.
Well, don't look at me. If you want someone to blame, I blame Lucas.
This better not be more revenge for losing that quantum deal.
I hate to say it, but I have to cancel with Skylar. I am completely unprepared.
Just relax. I'll take care of it.
Okay. He's supposed to talk to me, by the way. I think he has to cancel an appointment with me.
This is why I hate meetings. They never start on time. Now, I don't earn enough to make dealing with the crappy conditions here.
Place is a mess. I don't understand this. Hello? Mushy boosh? Mushy boosh? Yep, point A, we're going over to the telecom over here. We're gonna implant in people's brains and get our information from Region Industries, and
has no idea how
still don't know why Imogene gave the implant to Infinity, just to frame Misaka, I guess. Comes down to at the expense of the entire company while pretending that she actually cares about the company.
Oh, were you my appointment? I'm so sorry. I somehow ended up triple booked today.
There's way
just
too much
trying
makeup
to get ready
on.
for this department meeting right now, but you can see Ellis on your way out if you'd like to reschedule. Oh. Well, I suppose I can work that out. Plus, I happen to know he's free right now. I'll set you up for executive floor permissions and notify Lucas that you're on your way. Besides, I'm pretty sure he's to blame for my current situation anyway. Good luck.
Okay.
I assure you, this isn't how we normally operate.
I think I'm supposed to sabotage the heating system to get everyone out of the building, if I remember right. I don't even think it matters if I put on utility jacket. Well, there's an employee right there, guys. Let's not even mess with heating. Have a cafeteria? Mixed usage cafeteria. It's also someone's workplace.
If you're lost, you can talk to Alice at the front desk.
Buddy. Find me. That's where the elevator goes, or the vent goes down. Yeah? Quest sucks for stealth, probably. But
Kill for a cup of coffee right about now.
I'm in big trouble if our next deal doesn't go through.
yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, pickpocketing is kind of... I didn't have it for 2/3 of the game, guys, and pickpocketing's pretty big. But too big. That's what she said. Fucking swords. Not make them any more viable. Funny thing is, like, you don't even need to talk to her. I can literally just skulk around her office and do whatever the fuck I want. Hey, buddy. Or him.
So you're the one Nina mentioned.
I am.
I don't normally take last-minute meetings, but she assured me it'd be worth my time. Especially since it's just a quick introduction.
Looks like, what's his name from Loki?
Lucas Drexler.
Loki
Nice
from
to meet
Loki.
you. Right. Let's hope it stays that way. I heard you're interested in a partnership?
By the way, talking to him is totally a bad idea. I don't know how we're going to bullshit our way through this, because I have no idea what the partnership's even about.
You thought correct. I can certainly appreciate your motivation. Well, we still have to go through
Also,
the
not
proper
sure why his
channels,
hand
but
color is very different
having
from his
met you,
face color.
Let me see what I can do to speed things up. Is there anything
Bad
else I can do
suntan?
for you?
Let me install my presentation on your computer so the day's not a total loss.
Oh, she will. Nina hates to disappoint.
We didn't even talk about anything.
It's not a lesson she's going to forget.
There's no dialogue. There is zero dialogue there. I was like, hey, hello. I'm that guy. We both aren't even talking about anything. Oh, look. Yeah, have a nice day. Make sure you discipline your employee. What the fuck? Yeah. Well, it's not just that, like, his face color doesn't match his hand color. His face color wouldn't be so bad if his hands matched. I don't know what's going on here. It could be my mod. Maybe a character mod is fucking with things here. There's something that's off. Yep. And by the way, we already installed the program on his computer. Huh. Oh. Ah. That's kind of a weird place for a vent, but I guess.
Keep it moving.
There's a lot riding on my next presentation.
I know random guy 232. Because I didn't. I just did the, hey, go talk to people part. I'm not doing any stealth. I used the passcode, and then talked to people, and then waited, and then talked to people again. It's just a fetch. Just sit here, wait. Sit here, wait. And game just guides you through it. Like, I can go do it. I don't need to, though. Find a way into research and development. Like, I actually implanted it on his computer already. I don't know why I need to go into research and development. I already ran the program on Lucas's computer. I guess I have to run another program. That's research and development, I'm pretty sure, and I'm going to get flagged if I go down there. Let's find out. Maybe I do still have to do some stealth. No. I don't have access to that floor. Not sure how you're supposed to get down there without a key card, or without without just doing stealth. Maybe you just have to do stealth. I wonder if there's a way to do it without doing stealth, like there is right now.
Howdy. There's no rush to leave, but please remember to stay on this floor.
I mean, he's supposed to get rid of me, so... Because she said, oh, don't talk to him. Get him out of here, I'm not ready. And then... here we are. Vent access. So this is how you get into the building if you went through the roof access. Oh, this has to do with research and development, though. This is all just getting around up here if you don't have credentials. Like, we didn't tell him that I wanted to use his computer, right? So as far as manipulation goes, you can't really get down to the ground floors anymore?
Oh, look, it was nice meeting you.
Got his keycard. Oh, maybe I can edit my permissions on the front computer. A heart. I have her key card though. Talked to her already. Her over here. We stole her key card. No computer access here.
I really am sorry about all this.
So, as far as like infiltration goes, where you do the stuff and you pretend you're someone else and you use kind of like some subterfuge here, I have her key card. I can't edit my permissions on the front desk, so I can change my clearance level. We already talked to him and he didn't have anything there. We have his key card too, which should be higher level than Nina's key card is, and we can't use that. Kind of weird. Wait, is this R&D? Might just be R&D, guys. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, we could still gas the place if we wanted to. Not bother with it. Oh, maybe we can put on an outfit. Was there one? There was an outfit here, wasn't there? I remember seeing one. I don't know where it is. Maybe in the bathroom? No, bathroom was a neon dancer outfit. We still have to go to R&D regardless. What we're gonna do is we're gonna see if we can find that's weird. Since we're kind of trying to play by the rules of the game right now. This, we probably need to pickpocket someone, a utility worker down here. Probably a key, and this is probably an outfit in here that you can wear and walk around with it. Let's see what's this guy. This is the room you drop into.
Leave now or else.
Where would we get a key card from? I mean, I really don't even need a key card. Let's see. My guess is there's a way to actually get in there, and that's an outfit in there. That's why we came back up here. How the fuck find it? Hey, there's a maintenance worker down here? I didn't see... Why is there so much trash in here, too? Why is this place full of trash? I don't understand. This is supposed to be a corporation, right? Guess it's on rough times? There's a bunch of employees, but none of them are like maintenance, and we're like in a maintenance area? Here. It's like a dressing room. Doesn't say who's... Does it say? Only locker key card can unlock. Well, no shit.
This is your last warning. Leave now.
You don't look familiar.
My patience has run out.
Like, what is this? How, if you were doing this normally...
This is your last warning. Leave now.
You're trespassing. I'm calling security.
Where'd you get the key card from?
No way am I dying in this office.
My patience has run out.
Probably sitting on a desk somewhere.
Is this really happening?
Well, this is your last warning. Leave now.
Grandpa voice 01.
Leave now, or else. You're not
Maybe it's a security guard? Maybe it's on security guards? Just asserting himself, guys.
They don't pay me enough for this.
Oh, they don't pay me enough either. I honestly don't know. It could be that the security guards have the key card. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. It's not an employee locker room, it's a security guard locker room. Sometimes, by the way, you can't pickpocket stuff off people if you kill them. Like, you don't get the same stuff that's in their inventory. It's different. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's an outfit in the locker right here that you can use, but you need to have a key card to do so. Yeah. By the way, manipulation is absolutely fucking terrible as a skill, and the implant thing is not really any different. Oh. I guess you're supposed to do that? Hey buddy, how's it going? See if people aggro to me now.
I pulled all-nighters all week, and they still won't give me a raise.
Okay, so you have to use someone to open the cabinet. You don't find the key card. There is no key card. You have to use someone to open it.
I bet the bartender at the viewport makes twice what I do.
And it works?
What I wouldn't give for an office with a working air conditioner.
Yeah. Alright, well, there's that. Good. Not explained at all. I mean, we do have the neuroamp, and that's actually what you're... kind of the thing for the neuroamp, so you have to use the neuroamp. It's, by the way, if you use a manipulation skill, you basically can never do that. You can't open doors with it. It doesn't work. It can do that now. Alright, so... I don't think there's anything of value here from what we saw earlier.
If they don't give me a raise soon, I'm gonna have to take a second job.
Really isn't anything here at all. Hey, buddy!
Another day, another shift.
Ah, yeah, I agree. Nice guy. Anything here? F5. Yeah. By the way, that guy that opened the locker did not have a key card to open the locker, BTW. So if you wanted to pickpocket off of him, you can.
You have a nice day now.
I don't know if it matters. Because we technically have the science outfit, so I don't think it matters at all. Whether or not we're detected or not. What happens if you turn that on? Or maybe? Already have an ID card.
I have a good feeling about our next neuroamp test.
Kill your lab outfit.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed that our next test will be successful.
I have my doubts about Project Dominion.
Good? Yawn? Don't yawn at me. Go strafe something. Yawn at me. And by the way, I understand the stealth is not very good in the game. It's very boring.
You should get back to work. We're on a tight deadline.
No seats for high levels. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. 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 Got another one. Almost. Lovely. I might need to put on the shielded outfit. Talk to her?
I don't have time to talk right now.
Sure. Let's find out.
If you need something, send me an email. I'll get to it later. I don't have time to talk right now.
Bye. Talking to you. Not this really matters. I don't know what the generator's for. We aren't going to turn it on because we don't need to, so.
Hello.
I'm glad I'm not the one who has to recruit test subjects.
Another way to go in? Okay. Holstering. And worse than what I'm wearing. I'm not wearing anything right now.
We're close to getting the internal neuro amp working. I can feel it.
Okay. Go there and stare at the wall. Good. Just go stare at the fucking wall. I don't even need to put them outside. Good. Let's see. Boo-da-boo-da-boo. Security access. Disable. Alright, well there's that. Alright. Bye.
Corporate's expecting something big at our next milestone presentation.
Fuck am I right now? So I think turning on the generator is another way of maybe doing what I was doing right there. I'm not exactly sure what the generator controls for. Yeah, I guess it just all basically hinges around you getting the guy to open that locker for you. Huh. It's an emergency wall. They made it not red, though. Where that goes? No idea. Pops out like right over here. Something behind that, maybe? Huh. Okay. We didn't really need to do any persuasion checks or really pass anything. Alright. Bye. Bye. That was fun, I guess. Got a little bit of a puzzle game going on there. Hey, buddy.
I always enjoy these moments. Yes, good. Let's go.
if you can do that in other places if you want to stealth. I wonder if the mechanic works that way everywhere, if you just wear the outfits of the people that are authorized to be there.
Primary news source.
Or if that's just a weird thing with that particular level, which I assume it is. Like opening the locker with someone that's locked, you can't do that normally.
Can I help you?
At all, with manipulation.
Well, I'll be the judge of that.
Comments.
What's this so-called story about? Corporate greed claims victims once more. And you have evidence to support this claim. Good. The less investigation we need to put into this, the faster I can prepare the broadcast. I don't suppose you want to tell me how you got this evidence.
Huge in Industries.
Of course. I just
Like
hope
all the
your
options were the
source
same.
is as reliable as you think they are. Is there at least a name I can cite as my source? Why am I not surprised? As long as the evidence
People want to
is
stay
accurate
alive.
and verifiable, I expect it'll be aired within the hour, if not sooner.
Yep.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I obviously have some work to do.
Alright, well, there's that. Bye. Didn't set off an alarm, didn't need to gas the place. World's a better place, guys. Tower, do we have contraband? No. Alright, well, there's that.
Ugh. I do not understand how anyone can tolerate the lights and the music for long.
Errant introverts that hate the world and everyone in it and try to purge life. Like you, Andrea? I'll be back. I gotta take a piss.
You didn't hear this from me. But those eclectic mercenaries? The factions use them sometimes. Freestar Collective and UC both. That's why they give them a light. Honestly, there's no one else to show glass on this space.
Move along.
Ever wonder how the Crimson Fleet seems to be everywhere? It's because they have little outposts everywhere. There were so many facilities abandoned after the Colony War, the pirates used them as forward operating bases all over the settled systems. Whoa. Aren't you the one who took down the Crimson Fleet? Buddy and Sistef was telling me all about it. Pretty amazing stuff.
Alrighty, guys. Let's see. Good.
Get lost. I have a job to do.
Fuck my dick, bitch.
I do feel betrayed, but I keep saying
Apparently everyone in the future is an asshole.
The Eugen CEO is no joke in the boardroom.
I've yet to hear anything of note on SSNN. Let's hear your report. Good. David won't be able to resist a story like this. He'll do some preliminary confirmations, which will be enough to get the broadcast out to the public. And how did the neuroamp perform? I thought it would be.
Yeah.
So now it's just a waiting game for SSNN to break the news. Once the story airs, we have another board meeting scheduled to decide how to handle Infinity. Go ahead, Maeve.
The SSNN broadcast has started. Shall I patch it through?
Yes, thank you.
Infinity Ltd. and Lucas Drexler are currently under investigation for a number of violations, including murder for hire, unauthorized human trials, and corporate theft. Authorities representing the UC and the Freestar Collective have been dispatched to a consolidated mining station and the clinic. Both locations are believed to hold numerous victims. Drexler's motivation appears to be an attempt to launch a new product based off stolen information from a competitor. The details on the project itself and the competitor have yet to be confirmed. This has been David Barron for SSNN.
Perfect. This exposure puts Infinity right where we want them. The meeting will begin momentarily, but I want you to discuss the options we have with the other members. Infinity's net worth is about to hit rock bottom. So this gives us the opportunity to win a little more public faith. Infinity is about to crumble before the eyes of the public. They employ thousands of people, and those thousands of people are now worried about their jobs. That's where we come in. First, we'll issue a public statement expressing disgust at their leadership, but sympathy for the innocent workers. That's when we offer to acquire them. Quite right. The truth is, we'll be making evaluations. We'll shed any employees who don't make the cut, slowly but surely. By incorporating Infinity, we eliminate a competitor, get their best employees and contracts, and all while boosting our public perception.
I suppose it is all very simple when you do not consider the impact on actual human lives. Just your bottom line. That's certainly our hope. Any employee with a sense of drive is sure to show themselves. Which is why I'd like you to talk to the board to convince them this is the right move. There are several who might disagree, and you have the perfect tool to help sway them.
Kind of weird. I thought Misako was the one that actually tries to play a little bit, closer to the chest and safer and not so gung-ho. But she's basically just telling me to manipulate everyone. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what it's designed for.
I use it on you.
Bright side being, they'll never know. Fine. Whether or not you use the internal neuroamp is up to you, but I still want results. You'll find most of the board members in their offices preparing. Vina is also here, waiting for the meeting to start. We'll need at least 50% of the vote to go our way. In the event of a tie, I will make the final decision. I trust you'll get it done.
Yep. All right. Talk to board members.
Keep out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours.
For some reason, she's still employed.
Did Misako send you to try and convince me to acquire Infinity Ltd? I think we both know that's not going to work. Our public perception is good enough. If you ask me, reaching out to save Infinity just makes us look weak. The internal neuroamp gives us the power to crush our competitors, not take them under our wing. This is exactly why Masako's time as CEO
Really taking them under their wing.
finished.
The acquisition's not really saving a company.
Oh? Your response tells me Misako must have given you similar advice. It'd be unlike her to not fully exploit an advantage, especially when she believes acquiring Infinity is the right thing to do. Ryujin Industries isn't a corporation built on heart. I think you know that.
Nothing about this really has to do with the
Benefits may
heart.
exist, but the message will be stronger. As long as everyone has Ryujin's best
No message there,
interests
though.
in mind.
If Ryujin Industries doesn't do anything, then people just think that they don't think anything. There's no message to send. You have to make a position to make one heard, right? So what? You just weigh in with nothing? Like, assumingly, there's other companies in the galaxy here. So if Ryujin Industries doesn't do anything, then there's no play. It's not strong play. There's just no play. There's no option here to side with Misako anymore. Suck my dick, bitch. There's no interest to side with Misako anymore. I don't plan on bringing up the neuroamp at the meeting. Like, all this is agreeing with her. And manipulator?
Hello?
Fuck my dick.
Maybe not for a lowly operative, but for me, personally, I think it'll be one to remember. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have a lot of preparations to make.
Yeah, you can, but there was nothing to do here. What is for internal neuroamp? Why is there 2 votes going on here? Vote to acquire Infinity, but then for internal neuroamp. I have strong feelings against internal neuroamp. This would be my opportunity to get further research shut down. Okay. Oh my god, it's erasing my save games. Wish there was better dialogue options here.
This deal is huge for my company.
It's all pretty cut and dry. Like, you don't have options to kind of finesse the conversation or manipulate people at all. It's just whatever they want you to think.
I've yet to hear any. Good. He'll do some.
Did a quick save before talking to her.
I thought it would. So now it's once the story. Go ahead, Maeve.
The SSNN broadcast has started. Shall I patch it through?
Yes. Thank you.
Infinity Ltd. and Lucas Drexler are currently under investigation for a number of violations, including murder for hire,
Cyberpunk.
unauthorized human trials.
So I think the only option we have to get her on Masako's side is literally to manipulate her, and that's it.
And the Freestar Collective have been dispatched.
Technically, we don't need to use the neuroamp because we only need a 50% vote.
Both locations are believed to hold numerous victims. Drexler's motivation appears to be an attempt to launch a new product based off stolen information from a competitor. The details on the project itself and the competitor have yet to be confirmed. This has been David Barrett for SSNN.
Perfect. This exposure puts Infinity right where we want them. The meeting will begin momentarily. Infinity is that's where we... That's when... Quite right. The truth is, by incorporating...
I suppose it is all.
That's certainly our hope, which is why there are several who... Fine. What? You'll find most... We'll need at least... I trust you're eager to help, if I can.
Yeah.
Don't cause any trouble.
F5.
Did
Neuroamp
Masago
prototype was
send you to
removed.
try and
How the
convince
fuck did
me
they
to
remove the
acquire
prototype?
Infinity
Oh, the
Ltd?
other prototype.
I think we both know that's not going to work. If I wanted to be difficult, I could make this much harder on you. But
I mean,
no,
that's not the way
this
that
is
works at
more
all.
than just some petty ploy. The internal neuroamp gives us the power to crush our competitors, not take. This is exact. That neuroamp is a breakthrough. It gives us the... Besides... well, it does make Ryujin look good. And we do gain a wider customer base, which means higher profits. You're oddly right about this one, Op. I guess you are worth keeping around. As long as everyone has Ryujin's best interests in mind, this should make for an interesting meeting.
Oh. So we bring up both.
An issue? That would be a foolish move. Dalton and Alexis are the only two against it. You'd never get the rest to shut it down. Dangerous indeed. For all I know, you're using it right now. The irony.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps Perhaps I didn't see it earlier, but you're right. The moment a competitor reverse engineers Vena's work, it'll be chaos. The last thing I want is to have my brain scrambled because some engineer didn't do their due diligence. Now, if you'll excuse
seems to be
me,
working fine.
I still have a lot of preparations to make.
I don't know if we can actually manipulate Masako.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Yeah, totally. Uh-huh. And surprisingly, Andrasia's not judging us every second of the way here. Be pretty hilarious. She's a board member?
To see you again.
I didn't think she's a board member.
This place is. And how's my favorite patient doing? Not seeing any temporal memory flashes or losing time, I hope.
I'm nervous enough for this presentation without you fidgeting.
Oh, relax.
Reminds me of my undergrad days. I mean, I assume you're
Okay.
joking, right? I'll have to get that documented, and we'll definitely want to run a few tests if not. So, tell me what you think of the neuroamp.
Sure.
I hope you're not actually suggesting that the technology I spent years working on and perfecting never sees the light of day.
I am.
This is groundbreaking work.
Uh-huh.
My life's work.
That sucks.
Fine,
Can actually persuade.
fine.
Andrasia likes me persuading her.
Oh, there is adequate data to back what you're saying. More than adequate. Well, this conversation's made me feel like a proper monster.
Good.
But you're right.
Not gonna take it away from me, by the way.
This is used for good. But this world is far from perfect. It is. It really is. For years, my only focus has been, is this possible? And then, how do I make it work? I never stopped to consider if it was right, or what it would mean. I guess it'll be up to a vote either way. It's not on the meeting agenda, so I assume you'll bring it up yourself? We just have to hope the others will see reason. So the next question is, what will the fate of Infinity Ltd be? That's what I'm hoping for. They may be the underdog, but that doesn't mean they don't have a brilliant mind or two. Well, this has certainly been the most interesting conversation of my day. All we can do now is
Very
look
weird
forward to
nuances
the meeting,
between
right?
the conversations
See
where
you
you
in
can
there.
tell they recorded like the dialogue on a different day or something. They sound different. I don't know why all the people that are on the board, but
This meeting should
yes.
prove to be very interesting. I assume Masako briefed you on her preferred outcome. That's because you're the one with the tool to do it. As long as Masako has the internal neuroamp on her side, she can't lose.
This is on her
It would
side.
be almost fitting to see the technology immediately turned on those who fostered its creation.
Uh-huh.
If it were
That's what I'm
up to
working on.
me, I'd have shut down Project Dominion a long time ago. I knew it was a grave security risk, and look what happened. You read my mind. Let's
Or
just hope
did I
Masako
put it
and the
there?
others see it that way. Plus, if we vote to acquire Infinity Ltd, we're about to add a significant workload onto my team. The last thing I want to deal with are any more incidents this new neuroamp might cause. I imagine we're looking at months of work. Infinity Ltd is obviously not known for their security.
What are you going to do in the
I
meantime?
only hope that Masako and the others will be patient with the process. Now, if you excuse me, I
Wait,
have some
we just convinced him?
preparations to make. We'll be announcing
I thought he was
Ulala's
against it.
termination of employment
Okay.
at this meeting, so I need to have security ready to escort her off the premises.
All right.
I appreciate the talk.
Your turn.
So much work to do. If you need something, make it quick. I'd like to make sure my arguments are solid before this meeting.
I'm just here to ensure you make the right decisions.
You heard correct. I've every reason to believe that Infinity Ltd. Is the Pandora's box of corporations. All right, I could use the entertainment. Tell me why Infinity is a good asset.
Huh.
When it comes to profit, I suppose all my arguments do fall short. Huh. Well, what do you know? I think you just convinced me. Talent like yours belongs in the courtroom. Don't even get me started. First off, if I find out you used that device on me, I will tie you up in court on whatever charges I can conjure for the rest of your life.
Luck for that.
Second, that tech is one major human rights violation that no legal team wants to fight. I'll do whatever I can to make sure it's either severely delayed or collects dust in storage.
Well, that is one very clear position.
Well, I'm both glad and surprised to hear the one person who has one say that.
Well,
Masako is lucky to have you at
I'm
her
not getting rid of it.
disposal, you know? You may be the
Although
greatest
it's probably going to
asset
force me to get rid of
aside
it, by
from
the way.
internal neuroamp that Ryujin has. This exchange has been surprisingly
Oh, that's because I have a neuroamp.
But now, I really do need to get back to my notes.
Like doing the pirate storyline where I want to keep the horde for myself and I can't.
Is Masako checking up on me to make sure I'm on her side?
Of course. Well.
Mm-hmm. And I don't have an agenda. Look, I know Masako sent you. She knows I want this deal as much as she does. We just need to grab Infinity Ltd. While it's got the public's full attention. I'm all about free PR, especially when it's painting us in a good light. I'm sure I can squeeze enough goodwill out of this to last us at least a year. All right. I suppose you've earned the right to voice your opinion after everything you've done, qualified or not. So let's hear it. The possible backlash on tech like this is not lost on me. However, the internal neuroamp will define the next era of tech, with Ryujin at the forefront. It's not an opportunity you just walk away from.
So it looks like whenever you have a manipulate option, it's because they won't ever actually side with you, is what it looks like. So she probably is always going to side with keeping the neuroamp.
Of course there is. You just have to know the right way to spin it. As any good marketing person knows, the public doesn't know what they want until we tell them. Well, it seems your talents really do stretch beyond just being an operative. Good talk. Maybe I'll even consult you on future endeavors.
Yeah, so if you don't actually... it doesn't really matter, because we still have one person left to talk to. if you don't have an option to fix it in conversation, it's always manipulate. So she's always going to vote to keep the neuroamp. But just having the right number of people vote for it seems better than just everyone voting against it. Also, I should save. I thought about redoing that, but I wasn't going to do it.
Operatives really will wear anything. Just the person I wanted to see. I want to get all the details locked down for this meeting, and I believe you to be one of the best sources available. Good. I prefer first-hand feedback when available. You've had the chance to encounter members of Infinity LTD throughout your assignments here. Do you think they're worth redemption? And why? Saving the jobs of thousands is altruistic, which is not a luxury corporations have. It's a financial burden. It would be a huge undertaking on my part. That is a plea more well spent on Genevieve or Alexis. I prefer to focus on the numbers and leave emotions out of my decision-making.
Yep, I said the same thing.
This is true.
Ah, there we go.
Infinity never had the financial resources to match our salary offers. Getting what few capable employees they have at half the salary.
How did she know I'm manipulating him, though?
Could have major payoffs in the long run. Next question. What is your opinion on how Masako handled the mole situation?
What? This is a way to get Misako out if we side? Unrelated to either the neuroamp or acquiring Infinity.
And why do you feel it was well handled? Please note I'm not disagreeing. I just want to know the why behind your statement.
The options are basically identical.
I agree. Should Masako had informed us too early, we may have all turned on each other. I appreciate the insight. I suppose I should ask if there's anything I can do for you, considering how helpful you've been. It's only dangerous to those who can't afford one. Hence the added motivation that will bolster sales.
What the what? Okay.
Ah, your companion. I would be interested in another perspective.
You are naive if you think tech like this will remain under control. Think of the neuroamp in the hands of a Varun Zealot or Crimson Fleet pirate. It is not a matter of if it will happen, but a matter of when. Will you be equipped to handle the repercussions?
By the way, it's not a nuclear bomb. It means that defenses would be made to deal with it. Possibly not before it's manipulated or taken advantage of.
Nature. Nuclear weapons, chemical warfare, xeno-warfare, mechs. Enemies and competitors will get their hands on this tech eventually and reverse engineer it to use however they see fit.
I admit, you've properly pushed my concerns to the very edge. Your friend here is quite convincing. The internal neuroamp does indeed come with risks, none of which I am inclined to take anymore. This has been rather enlightening for me. I appreciate the time.
Alright, well, here's that. Attend the board meeting, guys. F5. Yeah, there's a couple things in the game that actually look good. The Ryujin Industries,
All right, everyone. As you all know, we've successfully exposed Infinity Ltd's botched human trials and murder for hire through SSNN. The public is demanding their leadership, namely Lucas Drexler, face trial, and he's probably writing his resignation as we speak. Ryujin will be launching a statement, but I believe now is the perfect time to acquire Infinity Ltd.
Say nothing.
Believe it or not, I agree. The acquisition has risks, and it's going to create a lot of work for all of us. But the overall payoff will be worth it.
That and Infinity Ltd's current situation makes them more affordable than ever.
Arguments? None? Excellent. Moving on, then.
I think what we're all overlooking is what led us to this situation to begin with. Yes, our security was compromised. But considering Dalton was hired by Masako, the issue obviously starts at the top. In fact, I propose that Masako be removed from CEO altogether.
Ularu, this isn't a line you want to cross.
And considering you're the mole, if anyone's going to be removed from power, it's going to be you.
Hold up. Are you saying you lied to us?
Dalton, the last meeting we had, you distinctly said Imogene was the mole, and she'd been dealt with.
Do you even have any proof to back up this outrageous claim?
Of course we do. The malicious code you hid on this slate to upload incriminating evidence against Masako onto Lucas Drexler's computer.
To put it bluntly, Ularu, you're fired. Security will hold you in your office until a proper exit interview can be done.
This isn't right. I should at least have the opportunity to resign.
And allow you to still be marketable to a competitor? I don't think so.
Rip.
This may be news to me, and I will be reviewing the evidence closely. But this isn't something you just get to walk away from.
I'm sorry, Alaru.
Security. Escort Miss Chen to
No
her
response.
and see that
Is there
she's
even a response to that?
You'll regret this. All of you.
I believe the only regret would be trusting you to begin with.
All right, back to business. All in favor of acquiring Infinity Ltd?
Aye.
Good. Alexis, start drawing up the necessary documentation. Anyone have anything else they'd like to bring up?
Everyone voted yes.
Pay attention.
Fuck my dick.
The internal neuroamp is a key component of Ryujin Industries' success for the next 10 years, if not more. Why would we shelve it after we've finally perfected it?
Maybe we can't win this because one of the votes for saving it was from, what's her name? And she's gone. Allura, and she's now gone.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but he's right. Regardless of the goes,
That's a
the
red
clones
flag.
are too morally and ethically irresponsible to move forward with.
Uh-huh.
I must agree. We can't go through with production on technology like this until certain safeties can be guaranteed.
Like 2 to 3.
Very well. All in favor of shelving Project Dominion?
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Vina, prep Project Dominion for storage. Any other matters to bring forth? None?
There's something that was supposed to be
concludes
there?
our order of business for today.
Might have been something new.
If only there were more hours in the day.
Maybe they can work on it. Depends on what planet you're on.
You're looking interesting today.
Okay. Hey, buddy.
Shelving the internal neuroamp. Not the
Couldn't
outcome
control
I
him.
anticipated.
Maybe now you see why the internal neuroamp is dangerous.
A fine point, but it still proves its usefulness. The truth remains, Lucas Drexler learned a hard lesson, and we exposed a traitor among us. You've proven yourself to be quite the asset here at Ryujin. I suppose it is.
Huh?
Gratitude isn't something you typically hear these days in the corporate world. I truly appreciate the work you put into exposing Ularu. No operative has ever had to investigate our own to the extent that you did. I can imagine it may have been a lot of pressure, considering you were fairly new at the time.
There was no honor in Ularu's plan. It did not deserve to succeed.
Imogene's instincts were right about you. Now,
Thank you.
as promised, I have your bonus. I hope you'll find it appropriate for all you've done. And I'm promoting you to senior operative. You've more than earned it. And also your opinion. As for the details, I think someone back on the operations floor would prefer to explain those to you.
I thought I'm supposed to be running the company. Okay. Oh, you're not taking the neuroamp out of me, so there's that. Talk to Imogene. Imogene's back, guys! Yay!
This could be the most important.
Yep. Off we go. Only person here that doesn't seem to be a complete asshole. Fuck it. Locker keycard. What? Locker to where? Huh. Okay.
You've certainly shaken things up around here.
Thank you.
I still can't believe Ularu tried to frame me. An obvious misjudgment on my part. But now that's all in the past. It's time to get back to your typical day-to-day. And I'd say it's good to be back if I hadn't returned to a mountain of paperwork. Now, since you were new, you've been dealing with people, but most of our assignments are generated on the mission board. The board holds any available assignments that our techs have pieced together, and I've approved. Questions? No, but try to see that as an improvement, since I certainly do.
What?
The mission board is more efficient for both of us.
Rude. Well, I don't want to see you anymore either.
Good. The mission board is generally self-explanatory anyway. With your promotion, you've earned yourself an office, so whenever you're ready, you can find your own personal mission board inside. And the best perk of them all, you're free to make your own hours. Oh, and
I love that.
Congratulations, of course. At this point, I wouldn't doubt it. Go check out the board, and if you have any questions, I suppose I can start up an open door policy. Just for you.
Ah. Okay. She has a locker card for somewhere. I don't know what that's for. There's more here now than there was. Right. Oh, Gene. Locker key card.
I have to read one more report.
Unfinished material. So, it looks like it doesn't do anything? Well, there's that. What do we got? Mission board. Got a bunch of activities, a bunch of quests we can't finish. Ah. Things. I love free things. Hacklerito firearms. Okay. Ready?
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
Hey, congrats on the promotion. From what I hear, it's well deserved.
Aw. Wait, can we talk to people?
Imogene told me she hired another operative. Well, good luck with your future assignments.
Thanks again. What is it? Goodbye.
No, we can't talk to the people again?
Don't tell me the mission board isn't keeping you busy. It's a relief. I'll take my desk job over being on the run any day. I was lucky enough to have plenty of connections and favors to abuse in my situation. We'll see how many of those favors come back to haunt me later.
Bye. Let's go see the other guys.
At the New Atlantis Freestar Embassy.
Fuck's the elevator?
Try not to harass my tech. I don't have time for distractions.
Bitch, I outrank you. Actually, I don't know if I do. Where the fuck's the elevator?
I heard what happened at the outpost. I met most of the people there. It's hard not to feel somewhat responsible.
Yeah. Let's go talk to the peeps. What else we got going on here? That's repeat quest. Can't do that. That's bugged. There's that. That's bugged. Fetch quests. That is. That is. There's no new SSNN? Actually, we technically kind of talked to SSNN after the last meeting.
If you're waiting for
After the last mission, because we outed Infinity.
I've got my eye on you.
With Infinity joining the fold, we have a lot of work ahead of us.
Comments? Nothing.
Well, I feel like that lifted quite the weight off my shoulders.
Think of all those workers who are gonna rest easy once this announcement drops.
Excuse me. I need to get back to work.
Fuck my dick. Go see what happened to Ulura. Last laugh.
Excuse me, I have a lot of business
Oh my
to
God.
attend to now.
Can't even write some dialogue for me. Buddy.
Don't cause any trouble.
Well, look who it is. Here to gloat.
Yep. I owed you a check-in.
Sounds like a rare moment for you. Enjoy this little victory while it lasts. It's
Enjoy
only a
being
matter of
unemployed.
time before Misako lets the competition run you over. And
Now with
by
the neural
then,
implant.
I'll have recovered from this setback, just in time to pick up the pieces.
I'm surprised no one's like, hey, maybe we should take the internal neuroamp out of this rando that we put it in after we banned the technology.
Yeah, so you can turn around and backstab me at your next highest offer? I don't think so.
That's what you
Your
do.
love of credits cost me everything. I should be the one running this corporation. I've been earning it ever since the day I started here. 10 years from now,
Actually,
when Ryujin's
Misako
being
didn't really pay
choked
us
by
money.
competition, you'll all regret this.
And
Now
we
get out.
technically the higher technically who's a sore loser? Technically the highest credit option was actually from her. It wasn't from Misako. So yeah, we don't really have a reputation for going to the highest bidder because Misako wasn't going to pay us more than she was. She was going to bribe us to take out Misako, and we didn't go with it.
How did I not see this coming?
Huh? This stuff already. Okay. Go stand in a corner, bitch. You heard me. Uh-huh. By the way, I don't think this is any different than what I can do. Does my manipulation fail anymore? Yeah, who's leading things now, huh? It's her. Well, I can't re-manipulate them. Manipulation is very, very, very... Eesh. Look like it fails anymore. It...
Don't wander into any restricted areas.
Ever go sit down over there? Like it fails less though. Prior to this, it was failing quite often. So maybe it increased my ability to manipulate people a little bit, maybe. But you still can't do anything useful with it, so. Can't reissue commands either. Okay. Let's see. constant. We have contraband? No.
I can understand wanting to honor or even celebrate history, but this may take it too far.
Pretty good. Cleaning up some side quests here, guys.
Value to be found in the past history, provided one does not cling too tightly to it.
This is the town that's now a museum. Like, the entire town is a museum. Buddy.
It's been a while since I last visited.
Hey, back.
Nice to see this place still has the same charm.
People are getting antsy for special sauce. You got it? Oh, it's all good. Chunks pays me pretty well. And between you and me, Anya's doing all right herself. Plus, we got this plan, you know? We want to see if we can introduce some of Anya's famous cooking to the Chunks lineup and pitch it to corporate. Imagine Anya's delicious food in every Chunks restaurant across the settled systems. And people are bound to come visit her place to see where it all started. It's a win all around.
Dean.
Ooh, yeah, you got me that sweet, sweet sauce. Not that it tastes sweet, it's actually kind of tangy. Thanks again. Now, no one's gonna mind if I sneak a pack or two for myself, right?
Truth comes out. All right.
Welcome to Chunks.
Done.
Here's your chunks.
Can't do that, that, or that. Repeat. That is New Game Plus. Yep. Back to Aquila. Apparently we missed something in here. Gravity here feels heavier than normal. Actually be. They're GPU nor CPU bound, guys, still, even after the patch. We haven't actually been back to Aquila City.
If you're looking for a
Patch.
sidearm, I recommend Laredo's Firearm Factory. Built right here.
I can't believe Bailey did such a bonehead move.
Oh, brother. Why is it every time I see your face, I bet a headache's gonna follow shortly after? Mm-hmm. All broken up about it, I'm sure. So what can I do for you?
We're worried.
And there's the headache. Ah, that woman, I swear. Even though we've smoothed over most of the rough spots, she still manages to strike a nerve without even trying. I'm not quite sure if I'm being honest. It's a gut feeling. When we were out there and we found that robot, obviously that threw me for a loop. Still can't believe one of my own people will pull a stunt like that, endangering us all. But the more I thought about it, that whole episode doesn't account for some of the tracks I saw out there. Too large, too spread out. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. If there's a bigger Ashta out there, something meaner than what
Mega
we've seen
Ashta?
so far, I have to know.
Demogorgon?
I tell you what, if you and Kiona are worried, why don't you just come with me then? Either I get an extra gun in a fight, or you get to laugh at the old man and say, I told you so. I'll give you a chance to gear up if you need it. And, maybe grab the biggest gun you got, just in case. All right. You know, Kioni showed me her data. She's a clever kid.
Big guns? We can do big guns.
I think we can make some real improvements in the future.
Can hardly walk 2 steps.
She had a couple sets of data that she thought were erroneous or something. Seems to me that might not be. Bigger, faster, Ashta sounds like it matches up with the tracks I've seen. But I tell you, I'm hoping she's right, and it's just a glitch.
Good.
And, no need to tell her I said that. Wouldn't want it going to her head. All right, here we are. Let's head this way.
Okay. Texture flashing, very annoying, guys.
I remember a story from the first time.
Seems to be very prevalent on this planet.
I had totally forgotten about it till recently. Every so often, we get independent types who think that they can succeed where everyone else has failed.
What does your scanner reveal?
Ride off into the wilderness, certain that they're going to make more credits than anyone in history. Mining, botany stuff, whatever. Warnings just don't get through to them. Most of them don't come back. But this one-time miner from some corporation or other, he drags himself back into the city bloody and half dead. Claimed he seen a Ashta big as a house out there. The older guys all said he was delirious. And me, well, I was new as anything and just listened to him. Now, though, I'm wondering if maybe it wasn't just blood loss and heat stroke. Maybe he really did see something. Maybe I should have come out here a long time ago. Shit, that's gotta be it! No matter what happens, you make it back to the city and tell them about this. You hear me?
Okay. Make sure Davis survives. Okay. That's level 40, guys. Oh. Hey, buddy.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't think we were gonna make it through that.
I mean, biggest
If you
gun.
hadn't been with me, no way I'd be standing right now.
Once again,
We're
leveling,
here specifically to ensure you remain standing.
level scaling, probably a good idea for a lot of things in the game. Regardless of what the forums and Reddit and Twitter says, leveling in a game really matters. Level scaling in a game really matters.
You are something else, you know that? We got out alive this one time. That's good. But this ain't gonna be the last time we have to deal with this. Now that we know these things are out here, we need to track them and keep them out of populated areas. And that plan is gonna need everybody. So,
how's this different than other
pride
Ashta?
a bit here.
Besides just being bigger.
Ask you to go tell Kioni what we found. Let her know that her data wasn't an error and that she needs to focus on it.
Yeah.
No, of course not. I'm an old man, slow on the move. You can get there so much faster. She'll prefer hearing the news from you anyway. Thanks again for saving my ass.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Christ, the fuck is that?
Hey, be careful not to point that thing at me.
Want that breeding, guys. Should die with that one. Buddy.
Davis should be more careful. The data shows the Ashta are more active. So, what happened? So, I was right? My data was accurate? I can't believe I second-guessed it. You know, I was really hitting a point where I was starting to think maybe this was all a mistake. That I stuck my nose into something I shouldn't have. Davis was so certain they had everything under control that they didn't want or need my help. But they did, didn't they?
You showed them. Got them good, guys.
Yes, you're right. I need to reevaluate all the existing data. Who knows what else we can get out of it? I need to get to work on this immediately. But while I've been sitting around, I whipped up a little something for you. I thought it was funny. Now that I'm giving it to you, I'm hoping it's not in really poor taste. Anyway, thank you. Again.
What the fuck? The demoralizing weapon, though. Ah, it's old world hunting rifle. These kind of suck. Demoralizing makes them run away. That's dumb. There isn't really any way to upgrade the DPS on them either. Alright. What else we got? Refurbished goods. Here we go. Off we go, guys. Catch you later, James. Enjoy your day, dude. Probably clearing a robotics facility. That's my guess. Do 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 do.
No indigenous life signs. One less thing to worry about, I suppose.
Is a quest I think we got like at the very beginning of the game. Never did it. Gain 5 items, Pirate Corsair Helmet. Okay. Guys, they're actually kind of high level. killed the one high-level guy already. Or are we sneak attacking? I'm not even sitting. Crouching. Yeah, that was like the one level 70 guys. We found him. And he's dead. Still running. Howdy. Dead. Oh, it turned her. That's frenzy. So it converted her. Or him. Guess only for a little bit though? What? Very engaging. Much wow. Credits. What else we got going on over here? Once again, this is from really early in the game, so there is definitely some level scaling in the game. It's not enough to make a difference though. Like, so there's one like level 62 guy and one over there too. Everything else is like 4. Nothing. Ava's direct. Is this new? I don't think that's new. Sure, that's the one we got already. Neva, RIP. No idea where she is. Just waiting to stab me in the back at some point here. Not paying attention. Garbage knife. There's definitely a modifier on melee weapons. Like, melee weapons have a higher chance of being rare. Like blue, purple, or yellow. Compared to every other weapon in the game. I don't know if that's some sort of, like, side buff because they suck so much. They want you to kind of have an extra edge. Ah! An extra edge when using them. Good for you. And dead. There's 3 turrets up here. There is. Alright, let's go see what's inside. Load zone. Rude. Ah, bless me, guys. Thank you.
You died today. It takes all this to phrase, no?
Yeah. Try to shoot you through the bulletproof glass. Good. Level scaling, non-existent. Somewhat non-existent. What, they're trying to make mechs here?
I cannot wait to kill you.
Yeah? Bloodthirsty. If only her personality reflected it. Another way in? Yeah. That's another set of glass. Guns, weirdly enough.
Bring it.
Boo-da-boo. Yeah. Some stims. Good. Activate some casual robots. Good. What? I activated robots that should be on my side. Guess he is? Okay. Level 86.
Give up already.
On HP.
Take your best shot.
Stab on the grenade. Good game.
Good one. You're not walking out of the earth.
Dead. And he's glitching. Dead. Alright. Help, robot. You did great.
Take what you must. Leave the rest for this.
Oh.
Scavengers.
Not. Where the flashing is becoming more and more common. It could be the planet we're on or something. I'm not exactly sure. Pretty annoying though.
This is an active industrial site. It will be advised.
Fury pacifier. Well, would be good. No, DPS is terrible. Never mind, this is a level 1 gun. Doesn't even have a... Sometimes this is actually like a named weapon, but it doesn't actually have the modifier for rarity. Is that what we needed? Gain 5 items, Pirate, Corsair. Maybe it's actually... I don't know if it's an item or something we have to grab off the bodies. Captain was the high-level one, only a modified Meg Storm. Actually did a shitload of damage, but it could be their level. Okay. That's from the other side we were in. A rune inflictor. But it's only refined. Okay. Someone. Ah, there we go. Oh, not an upgrade. My current helmet has bolstering on it. Okay. Red tank. These are very rare. The only time the first time I saw one of these guys was on the mission for recovering the cred tank from the cache for the head pirate guy. I don't even remember his name anymore. This will be like the second time I've seen these. This is at the beginning of the game. Very rare. Didn't even have credits on it either. Okay. You have to use the power cell. I definitely saw one. Where is it, though? Rare for them to do this. Oh my god, extra elements. Some tissues. Oh, should have came in here first. Robot. Alright. So we got that and that. And... we have too much to fast travel. Okay. So turn this in and see what it does. I don't even remember who Dennis is. Uh-huh. Big booty phallic looking object. Good things in the world.
Will we be taking off immediately, or are there other matters that require your attention?
Ends. Oh. Everyone's stuck somewhere, aren't they? Well, maybe not.
Hey. Thanks for stopping.
Need me for something, boss?
Yeah. Let's see. Where do we gotta go? Very early. One of the first places we went to was actually Mars. Oh, you know, I completely forgot that I have stealth powers, too. To, do the stealth missions easier? From Ryujin Industries. Never use my Dovahkiin powers.
I've heard you've been making the settlement.
Buddy.
You and me, friend,
Ah,
we're
him.
not having any trouble finding what... Hey! I hope it wasn't too much trouble. Show me, and I'll just take them off your hands. Oh, this is better than I expected. I'll need to do a little work to get them in sellable condition, but this is good. Thank you.
No problem.
If you ever want to do another run for me, I can always use more stock.
A repeatable quest? That's not a mission board item.
Hey, friendo. Got that? I won't say no to you. I would definitely appreciate your equipment acquisition services again. Excellent. I can point you in the right direction, but it is up to you how to acquire what I seek. I wish you luck, and thank you.
Repeatable mission board stuff that's not mission boards. Okay.
Getting this equipment, take a look.
So... Giant X in the front, it's fine. Money.
Hey, catch you on the flip side.
And he doesn't care if it's stolen.
Go to Mars, they said. The bay is
How's it going?
great.
Cool. Let's...
He has a bunch of money. Fuck. No, that's okay.
How's the crippling depression?
Sounds like a plan.
Motherfucker! Once you exit the vendor, you don't get the buyback menu anymore. Oh,
Yo,
no.
Stay good out there.
Well, how about that? Okay. I don't even know what I sold. Either way, I'm not going to sell it, so... AI does some really weird shit, guys. Like, if you look at the back of the person's helmet, it looks like it's like an alien brain sticking out of it.
I've heard some hostile camps.
Load screens. Gain a bunch of credits.
You and me, friendo. Hey, let us take a look. Oh, if you ever... You don't think... Ah, yes. What are we waiting? Getting this equipment, just a reminder.
A shitload of money now. You didn't before. I sold my 2311. That's not good. Bye.
See you later, friendo.
Hey, take your time. Yeah, let's get you hooked up.
Let's see.
Okay. See you around.
What do we got? Yep. Oh. Okay. We're basically at the end of things here, guys. We don't really have anything. There's this. This is like the only thing we have left here. A lot of stuff here. The quests I have left are bugged. One, repeatable quests or otherwise end game. This is New Game Plus. We got some stuff here in activities, which I don't care about. Could do it, but I'm not going to do it. Alright. I think this is going to end things, guys, for our playthrough of Starfield. We came back, and we basically did almost everything. Well, there's probably plenty still here. There's a shitload of quests. There's probably plenty still here that I haven't found yet. But for the time being, we're going to call things here, I guess, for Starfield. I think tonight, guys, we will be playing Cities, not Starfield. We'll be playing Cities XL. Until basically they probably release a DLC for Starfield, I think we're done with it. I don't think we're going to revisit this. Even though there's going to be plenty of mods coming out for it. These fucking wind vanes keep moving around, too. Ridiculous. One last gander at the cock. Oh, it's beautiful. And Vasco. Up, Vasco.
Hello, Captain.
Up, buddy. Oh, that's a beautiful cock, guys. Alrighty. Lovely. We did a little bit of everything. Pretty good. Definitely a lot of content here. It's very easy to see why people basically just got bored and left, because there is so much content, guys, ranging from very boring to pretty good, and then everything in between. And most of the time you get stuck on the boring shit and you don't find the good stuff, and quality of life stuff just makes things more unfortunate, uninteresting, I guess, as it goes. Yeah, we're gonna call things here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more of cities. We're gonna be revisiting that, taking a peek at that. Tonight will probably be our last night of cities as well. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to do a little bit of building going on there. There's probably a patch coming up. Cities has gone a long way. Skylines 2 has become a much better game than when it launched. The few patches they released earlier this month were very, very helpful, making things better, especially with RCI demand and just in general making the. We're going to go back and take a peek at that, and then I think tomorrow, we're going to be doing Overwatch. So tonight will be Skylines, seeing how that goes, and then tomorrow will probably be Overwatch. This is going to conclude things, guys, for our Starfield playthrough. Yeah. Didn't even need a new hard drive, guys. Probably could have used one weeks ago, but didn't even need a new hard drive. Alright, guys. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. I usually stream for 5 to 6 hours, give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Yeah, hopefully we'll be back onto a relatively better schedule. And the last couple days have been kind of wild, and generally my playthroughs in general on Starfield have been pretty wild in terms of when I've been streaming. Starfield as well as Cyberpunk, and then Skylines, spend a shitload of time playing it. Hopefully we'll get things tiled into a more sustainable schedule here too. But, alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this morning. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Saturday. Have a good day, guys.